Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blankets, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So happy to be here. Oh my goodness, you guys. Good morning, Mama Llama. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Oh, so apparently StreamYard has a new beta testing they're doing where if you type, it should appear right there on the screen. So we'll see when somebody types something. Somebody type something for me. Hope you're all doing well this morning. I'm doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. It's still very cold here. Cold for my liking. So I got a comfy hoodie on today and a blanket and fuzzy socks and slippers. I don't know how cold it is. It's probably in the 50s. And there's fog today. Does anyone else think fog is really weird? It weirds me out. Fog does. It's like, oh, here you are. You're in a cloud. But it's always creepy. It's probably because I read Stephen King's The Mist. Oh, look, Lady Gook, I did it. Look, you see that? It's really tiny. I don't know how to make it bigger. I don't know. It doesn't really give me options to do anything. Let's see. No, I don't know. I'll have to play with it later. Or Amy. By that, I mean Amy will figure it out for me and then let me know. Because that's how our relationship works. Anyway, we are here for day 20 of the Karen retrial. Oh boy. Oh boy. If it doesn't keep getting worse and worse. Today, hey, Amy, we'll get on it. See, Amy, the chat is telling you. We'll test out this little feature today, see if you guys like it. I'll still bring up and make your comments larger like I did for, Lady in Gray here, but that might be nice because I know that sometimes after we go live, our replay crew, if they watch right afterwards, the chat doesn't appear right away. So this could be nice for them, our replay crew, or, oh, that's right. Hey, Facebook fans. Hi. Hello there. Hello. Forgot we are streaming now on YouTube and Facebook. That's right. Talking to you, Facebook peeps. I think this will pop up Facebook comments too, because I get them all together. So I wonder if that works. I don't know. We'll find out, right? Look at us experiencing new things. Oh, I also have a special banner for today. She's not here yet, but it is Polly Pressyfat's birthday. So we're going to run this little birthday banner for her so everyone can tell her happy birthday. Happy birthday, Polly. And they're not here yet. It depends if it interferes with the witness stand, but I like it. Yeah, let's play around. We got some time. All right, what happens when I put this on? Okay, it's hard to read with the banner. It's hard to read. Okay. I need to save the little llama without that. Okay. Good to know. Oh, goodness. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Anyway, so you guys, I had to record the update for Couch Court with Llama After Dark, where we're covering and giving updates to the Diddy trial. Because there's no video or cameras or audio allowed. So we just get to read live updates together. And, I don't read them ahead of time. So it's me reading and reacting to them in real time, pretty much. And last night's episode, oh my gosh, guys, the things I had to say, the things that came out were just so funny. Okay. So funny. I'm not going to say what it said because I know that I have a super fan watching Monkey Butt. That's right, Monkey Butt. If you're watching right now, I know you're a super fan. Your mama told me. So we'll save those conversations for once Monkey Butt is at school. But I had a very difficult time saying a lot of these things with a straight face, and I didn't even pretend to. I was just like, yeah, we're just going to let it happen because it's ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Good morning, Simone. Good morning, babes. Good morning, Angie. Good morning to you. I also did find out why there's all these large trucks and construction thing going on. I do live by a railroad track, and apparently their entrance to it is like at the end of my neighborhood street. So I guess whatever they're doing is going in that way and then exiting out to the main road and just coming right back around all day. So that's what that noise is. Mystery solved, everyone. Mystery solved. Anyway, how are you guys this morning? I hope good. I hope you got your snacks. I got my gummy bears. I got my chips. Got my coffee. I tried, Elbow Feet did make this cup of coffee that I have. I don't know how strong he made it, but I did make my next pot a little, I didn't put as much in there. So we'll see how it goes because my tum-tum is not loving it too much. Lady in Gray says, oh my God, last night I got so tickled at you thinking about you saying all of the testimony without LOLing. Oh my gosh, you guys. Oh, it was something. It's something. Okay. I know a lot of people don't want to listen to it because of the content and all that. I'll say that this was the less harder of the days. It's more I found it to be more humorous than anything. I mean, it's still very serious, but you know, sometimes you got to laugh when things are really dark, and this is one of those times. Definitely need a bingo card for this. Oh my gosh, it's crazy. Oh, not pretzels, Buffy. I'm hoping to go to the grocery store tonight because you're talking about pretzels, and I've been really wanting pretzels because I too love pretzels. But I'm sure Buffy will be here later today with her pretzels in hand. She's got to cover for me while I have a doctor's appointment. So, oh, Mom says thank you. Heart monkey butt. You're welcome, monkey butt. I heard you like to listen in the morning, and that is adorable, and I love that. Very, very much. That's very cool. It was a little funny, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I mean, come on. Good morning, Kathy from Wyoming. Love having you here. Oh my gosh, what's the time difference for Wyoming? Is it 2 hours? Like, I mean, well, for me, I'm East Coast. So are you 2 hours behind or 3 hours behind? All I know is it is early for me. It's 8:40 my time, so it has to be early for you, girl. I love the dedication. Look at you. My mountain time, East or West Coasters up bright and early for this. That's dedication. Okay, because I'll tell you all right now, I love you all so much, but I would never wake up at 5:30 in the morning to be here to talk to any of you. I'd be like, we'll just let it play for a while and then I'll show up. But you guys, good for you. Amazing dedication. Dedication. 6:40. Okay, so 2 hours. All right. Yeah, time math. Simple time math. Can we talk about all this time math going on in the current retrial? I don't even know what's happening anymore. I really don't. I don't understand. This thing is a mess. To do all this math to prove it just, because here's the thing, right? Is we know that the prosecution and the defense have brought, well, prosecution hasn't brought their best. That's for sure. But let's just say a lot of time and research and brain power has really went into this trial that you don't see a lot of in other trials. It's because this is a big deal. And I can't help but think, like, normally it would just be LEO, law enforcement, that would look at these data things and be doing the math. And it's like, if these experts that we've been seeing from the prosecution, if they can't explain it to us, I feel like how is the LEO who's supposed to interpret this data do it accurately? You know what I mean? Like, what is happening here? I feel like we're going to see all sorts of things. Look at all the chats on the screen. I like that. Do you guys like that? If we all don't like it, I don't have to put it up. It's new. It just showed up on StreamYard today. I can take it off if you guys don't like it. And maybe we might be able to mess out around with colors and stuff, but I don't know. It just appeared and was like, hey, click this. And I was like, ooh, what does this do? I love new things. Colorado's your lovely Wyoming neighbor. Oh, that's right. Because you guys like share Yellowstone. I remember now when I went to Colorado one time, we were very close to Wyoming. Beautiful place. Just gorgeous out there. Ohio's not so much. Well, most of the state's actually really hilly and full of trees, but the part I'm from, not so much. Not so much. It is flat cornfields. Oh, gross. I'm sorry, guys. There's something on the side of my lip. It's this lip gloss that feels like icy hot on your lips. I don't even know if it does any plumping, but I've been using it. Oh, goodness. Okay. Anyway, back to chat. What's going on over here? What are you guys doing? Oh, hi. Hi, 80s Music Man. Good morning. Good morning. Love having you here. Yes, it is Polly Prissy Pant's birthday. She has not arrived yet. I don't know where she is. Ma'am, it is your birthday. I've seen you on Discord this morning. Where is she? I like the chat, but we'll interfere with court if not keeping it. Well, you know what? We will see. We'll see what happens. Oh, that reminds me, I should probably pull up court, right? I haven't done that yet. Get it together, Llama. I need that on some merch too. Get it together, Llama. Get it together. All right, let's go to YouTube and pull up court for today. All right, there we go. Look at that. There we go. I get rid of that. The ad for this, the ad of this before it takes to the actual video, there's like some protester that's just like yelling. She yells, Harry Reid is being framed very loudly and passionately. It's something. So okay, I got that pulled up. Got that pulled up. Okay. Well, I gotta share it on here first. There we go. So we will be ready when we see our ceiling fan, which is not there yet. 14 minutes, it says. Anyway, how are you all doing this morning? If you haven't yet, please hit the like button, hit the little thumbs up. All right, lets people know that the show's live, that people are here, they're having a good time and a party. And for our Facebook viewers, I think that works the same for you. You like it or something like that. I'm sorry, I don't have Facebook, so I'm not entirely sure how that works. But whatever it is, like it, put a smiley face. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But also share it if you have social media, share it with your friends, be like, hey, this is a fun time over here in Couch Court with Llama. Come join us. My lighting is perfect this morning. Oh, okay. I'm glad you think so. It's still doing the weird green screen. I don't know. I give up. I don't care. It's not a big deal, Llama. It's not a big deal. The digital world just wants to eat me and take me alive. Oh, excuse me. Oh, there she is. I see you. It's the birthday girl, Polly Prissy Pants. Happy birthday, babes. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. That's from Ragnarok. Thor 3 Ragnarok. I don't know if you saw that. It's from like Jeff Goldblum. They're in like his ship. And they play that song with Elbow and I say that all the time. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Yep, it's Polly's birthday today. I hope she is happy with the fact that I'm just advertising it to everyone this morning without telling her. But That's fine. It's my show. I'll do what I want, Polly. Gosh, just kidding. I hope you have a wonderful day today, babes. The banner. I'm glad you love it. And a Llama song, yes. Yes, a lovely Llama song for you. Good morning, Amy Beth. Oh my goodness, you guys keep scooching on this couch. Everybody's coming in this morning. So happy to see you all. Excuse me. So happy to see you all. All of our besties are coming in. Love it. I love it. This is so much fun. Can I just say how fun this is? I know sometimes we're a little like, oh, today is going so slow, right? Because we know that's our first stand is another forensic lady about the broken pieces of glass. You guys, this morning's going to be a little probably boring. But you know what? You guys make it fun. And I love that about us. I love that. So I'll pat yourself on the back. Be like, yeah, we're all really cool. Oh, I was so excited to hear about this glass cup. Oh my gosh, just so excited to hear how they were able to piece a cup back together. I bet there's nothing important on this glass. It's just the fact that they're good at puzzles is what they want to show off. But she did say, well, actually, take that back. I don't know if she said it or if chat said it because I can't remember which one of you, which it was. But it was something about the glass that's on the bumper. Those little pieces of glass, remember, from the reflection photo they tried to trick us with? I think was not a match for the bar glass. Like it's a different kind of glass. I think she said that yesterday, but I don't remember. I keep forgetting, right? Because after I'm done with this, I got to go record Diddy, and then my details. Well, they only slightly get mixed up because it's not hard to remember the Diddy trial details. So, oh goodness. I'm gonna bet the DA on the glass was from John O'Keefe. Yeah, it's probably the TNA. That's okay. I was recording Diddy the other day. I could not say NDA. I kept saying NDNA every single time. I'm like, why do I keep saying it NDNA? But it's because we have all this DNA stuff that we're doing. But yeah, I bet it's going to have John's DNA on it. And maybe a fingerprint from him. Oh, groundbreaking. Oh. If she would seem excited about her job, it would help with the boring content. Yeah. See, that's the thing when you get like lab people coming in to testify. There's two types. Okay. There's the type that is really nerdy, but they come to trial a lot. So they know how to testify because they've done it enough times. Like usually they'll be like very knowledgeable and they'll look at the jury all the time like they're teaching a class. Those are the ones that you know has been to court quite a few times. And then there's the other ones who are also very nerdy, but they don't come out of the lab very often, and you can tell she's of the latter. That would be her. That would be her. Poor thing. Seems like she's never been on there at all. She's just like, yeah, I don't know. And she talks very quietly. And she looks like the lead from She's All That, you know, how in the 90s, the teen rom-coms would just be like, hey, look at this ugly duckling. Look at her with her perfect skin, even though she's supposed to be a teenager, and her glasses. And then what happens? Oh, her bestie comes along and is like, hey, I can make you beautiful. And just removes her glasses. That's it. That's it. Anyway, this witness does look like, I can't remember her name. Rachel? Was her name Rachel? Oh, what was the lead's name? And She's All That. I know it's Freddie Prinze Jr. I don't know. She needs to sound more like the pizza lady. Yeah, you know that lady testifies a lot. I know she said some crazy things up there. But she's also a teacher, if I remember right. So that might help. Yeah, she didn't make a lot of sense with her weird pizza restaurant analogy, but you know what? She's at least entertaining. So there's that. They haven't spent much time on the straw yet anyway, like in trial one. Oh my gosh, what did they have to say about the straw? When I showed the picture of the straw, that straw did not look large enough for the glass, is all I'm saying. She did seem excited to talk about her job, though. I imagine they don't get to talk about their job a lot in real life. Not because they can't, but because people probably don't want to hear about it. So, good morning, RTC, all the way from Niagara Falls, the Canada side. Love having you here. So happy to see you again. Good morning. Everyone scooch over for RTC. Scooch, scooch, scooch. Thank goodness we have a very large couch here and comfy, because I'm all about comfiness. Oh, goodness me. Right edges. I'm fine. The other day, I realized one of the worst places that you can have to itch is your eyelid. Have you guys ever had an itch on your eyelid and realized how difficult it is to scratch it? I had that happen the other night. And I was like, oh, this might be the most awful spot to have an itch. That or on your finger. Oh, those are always the worst too. Anyway, I've done a lot of rambling this morning. You guys are finding out a lot of my weird quirks. You can thank Elbow Feet for handing me a cup of espresso at 7:30 in the morning. It works. It works because I drink a lot of coffee and it usually doesn't do a whole lot. But I've seen a difference in the last 2 days. So. Okay. Who is excited? I'm excited. I hope they bring the doctor. Let me pull up my defense or my witness list. What's his name? The doctor that we're waiting for, Dr. Judson Welcher from Aperture. I do hope they bring that guy in today. I think they will. But why did they bring in? See, this is the order of witnesses that it's bothering me, that I don't understand. Why are we talking about the glass lady right now? Why wasn't she paired with the other DNA witnesses from the other day? I don't remember what they did, but there was, the one that did the tail light DNA. And what was the thing the second guy did? I don't remember. But why didn't she pair them up with, Brennan pair them up with her? It's just so weird to put this glass lady in between Burgess and Dr. Clark. I mean, I guess maybe it's a scheduling thing, but I don't know. This has happened too many times. I don't feel like it's a scheduling thing at this point. You always end up scratching your glasses because you forget you have them on. Yeah, I think we're gonna see him after this lady. You hope the doctor is nothing like Shannon. I mean, me too, but I don't know. Because remember, this guy is also the VP of Aperture, and their name is kind of not great right now. So I'm curious. I guess I'm really curious to see how he's going to handle it and how the defense is going to as well. Good morning, Elbow Feet. Good morning, babe. Hope your drive is going well this morning. Right, it could have been a scheduling problem, but I think maybe they were like, okay, you know what? We were just going to call Burgess and Welcher back to back, but we're going to throw just somebody else in here so maybe they'll forget about what just happened with Burgess. Maybe that's what's going on here. I don't know. Enjoying a large cup of Tim Hortons. Nice. We have Tim Hortons here too. I love their little tidbits. I love them. The sour cream ones are my favorite. I think that's what they are. Oh, they're delicious. Yep, all you guys coming in, don't forget to hit that like button. It lets everybody know that we're live and where the party's at, because it's going to be right here on Couch Court with Llama, hopefully. If we don't all fall asleep in the first 20 minutes. Buffy says she's just really ready to get to the defense case. Me too. I mean, it's sad that we should even have to. But here we are. Here we are. Defensive case. I mean, they are being a bit defensive, right? With all this nonsense going around everywhere. But here we are. Oh, the fan is not spinning today. Nobody's turned it on. Nobody's turned it on here. You guys want to see? You don't got anything else to do. Look, it's still, nothing's happening. Oh, I know what I was going to do. I was going to try to make an overlay without the banner so we can make chat up. I will do that later when the lady comes on. How about that? We'll try to make it happen. Another reason for you to come visit me. Yes, as if you need more than one reason. But yes, we do have Tim Hortons and there's Crackoons. We do have Crackoons. We have lots of free stuff here in Ohio. Everybody talks crap about Ohio, but we got a lot of cool stuff. We got awesome roller coasters. We invented flights. Well, didn't invent it, but we figured it out. So you can go to Wilbur and Orville Wright's place, which is it's like an hour away, which is also where the Air Force Museum is, which is very cool. Oh, I forgot. I'm still just on this tiny little circle. Anyway, we have the Air Force Museum, which is very cool, free to get into, but it is so big. I don't even know how many miles it is to walk around the place, but they have every kind of aircraft ever used in the U.S. Armed Forces. And it is interesting. And there's a NASA space shuttle in there. That's right. Not as big as you would think. Not as big. And then they also have huge missiles that are literally in real size because the middle of it is like a silo. And you're just like, holy crap, that is huge. It's a very cool place. Yeah, Simone's tired of listening to Hank and is ready to see the defense rocket out. Me too, girl. Me too. What does Timmy's in Ohio mean? Are we talking about Tim Hortons? Is Timmy's the same as Tim Hortons? Because I don't know what Timmy's is, but I do know what Tim Hortons is. I don't know. Oh, Lady in Gray. Oh no, girl. Did you not think that through before you sent it? You knew I was going to put this on stage. Love it. Anyway, good morning, Lisa Lee. Good morning. Hope you're doing great today. Love having you here. Make room for Lisa Lee. Make room. Oh, gosh. Let's see. Oh, Timmy's is Tim Hortons. Okay, yes. Yes. I know. I literally have one right down the street from me. So I know they're in Ohio. I know that they're in Michigan because one. Looking great. Hilarious. Lisa Lee says, yesterday, Bev was giving signals like an umpire in a baseball game. The camera needs to stay on her. Yeah, I did hear a little bit about that. I heard that Microdots put out a video about it. I only got to watch a minute of it this morning because I was being a lazy pants and not wanting to get out of bed. Because it was cold and foggy. It's really nice. Where is everyone from this chat? We know the lovely Kathy here is from Wyoming. Where are the rest of you all? I know we've asked this. I'll be honest, it's hard for me to keep track of where everyone is. But I do try my best. I could probably guess if I don't know. I think Lisa Lee, I think she's in California. I know RTC's in Niagara Falls, Canada, or Canadian. And Angie, yeah, in Colorado. It's always so fun, that's the thing, right? It's we're in all different places around the globe, really. I don't know if I have any across the sea yet, but maybe. Um, but how cool is that we all get to like come together, enjoy, have a good time. I think the only bummer is like we don't get to meet each other in real life, So I've gotten to meet some of my friends in real life, and in July there's going to be a party in Ohio, and a lot of us are going to meet each other in July. So July 19th, Dairy True Crime is going to be in Marion, Ohio, where we're going to be talking about the unsolved murder of Joey LaBute, a local here in Columbus. And I'm going to be there. Elbow Feet's going to be there. Amos and her family's going to be there. Some others have talked about coming, and I hope they do, because I'm going to try to convince them this weekend, because we need to rent an Airbnb for all of us. But tickets are on sale for that, and they're pretty cheap. So if you're kind of local to Ohio, you should come watch. It'll be a good time. Different, price tiers for all. I think, I don't want to say because I don't remember how much it is with taxes, but I think it's like less than $10 is the cheapest. I haven't looked at it in a while, so don't quote me, but it's very close to that. I know that much. You just, yeah, she's some distance away, but not that far. Excuse me. Lady and Grace says Bev does do that. I haven't watched the Microdots video on Bev, but I did watch the one with Higgins. Interesting. I mean, Brennan had a lot of interruptions yesterday, more than he did the day before. So I found that interesting. That's right. Polly and Buff are in Louisiana. We got Tennessee, Texas, Louisiana, Tennessee. Oh, Amy, Beth. By the way, has anyone heard from our lovely Sammy Sunshine? How are you, Amy, Beth, from the storms last night? You guys good there? By the way, the Midwest has gotten wrecked with storms this week. It's lots of people have died. Monstrous tornadoes have come through, and it's been very, very sad to watch what has happened to all of these people in the last 5 days. Like, they have not gotten a break. So that's true. You two literally live down the street from each other. Oh, yes, they are very interesting. Very interesting, the microdots. So go ahead, go like and subscribe them. I'm not affiliated with them, but I will happily promote their stuff. It is very compelling, and they do a very good job. So, Lisa said she noticed it on a booty video Duty Ron put out. It was to react to the expert, but you can see just Bev's left hand, and I'm telling you, it's outrageous. Let's watch while we wait. It's a short video. I would, but I don't really know the rules on that, if that makes sense. Like, I don't know. You can run into copyright issues sometimes, and I don't know how that works yet. I will look into it, but when there's another channel's commentary, it makes the fair use a little difficult and gray, as far as I know. But I will look into it, because I know you guys do want to watch those, but I'm not sure how that works. And I definitely don't want to get a copyright strike, nor do I want to make another creator upset with us. I'm still a noob, still a little baby llama noob. So I don't know the courtesies that are to be extended. So, but I will happily support both of those channels for sure. Let's see. Oh, we got, people all over here, all over. Facebookers, if you're watching on Facebook, you can chat in the chat. Let us know where you're from too. Nikki D is from Michigan. Also, they have Tim Hortons. Oh, we got Simone here in Ohio with us. We got our Ohios. Yeah. There's quite a few Ohio people here. Stop judging you. I'm only slightly judging. That's all. No, I'm just kidding. That's the thing is, right? Me and my best friend, we only live like 15 minutes away from each other. It's actually in a couple miles, but since you live in the city, like it takes longer. And like we go a while without seeing anything. Excuse me for just a second. I have to take this phone call real quick. Entertain yourselves, okay? Sing a song. Somebody sing a song, okay? Hold on. Okay, guys. I got a phone call. Somebody wants to say something. Let me know if you guys can hear it. We're going to try it out. Okay, go ahead.
Hey guys, it is Terry. I'm not allowed to be in the chat and do all that, but I just want to say I miss you guys. I have heavy FOMO, but most importantly, I wanted to say happy birthday to Polly Christy Pants. And do not let anything spicy happen today because I need my sleep and I can't stay up and rant at my phone before bedtime.
Awesome. Chat saying hi. And they're dancing because I told them to entertain themselves because I was like, why is she calling me?
So y'all have a great day.
Polly Presley Pants says, oh, sweet, sweet Terry. Well, thank you, Terry, for doing that. But you have a great day. Good luck with everything today.
Alrighty, I'm rocking the pink. So it's going to be a good day.
All right. Bye, hon.
Okay, bye, guys.
Oh, that's fun. We turn this into a call-in show. No, I was like, why in the world would Terry be calling me? She knows I'm live right now. Oh, that's so awesome. So awesome. Love it. Okay. Oh, yeah, she's very sweet. Did that come through pretty good? I'm just wondering because I can't hear it. Just wondering for future thoughts. Simone says, let's be honest though, Llama, and everyone here adds so much pizzazz and finesse. I'd rather be here. Thanks, guys. I care about you all. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you, Simone. Love having you here too, and everyone. I think we all add such fun things to chat, and we get to experience all of our mistakes together, and it's all great. That pink power suit that she has, I don't know if that's what she's wearing today. She sent me a picture yesterday of what she was wearing. No, she didn't send me a picture today of what she's wearing. Probably later at lunchtime. Oh my gosh. Anyway, oh, you heard most of it. She broke away at points. Okay, well, now we know for the future. At least we knew it was her. Oh my gosh, no, Llama does not need a burner phone. That was not the idea. I was going I don't know. You know what's really funny is like, so I have a hard time making phone calls. Like, I hate it. I have a number calling me now, but I don't know whose number that is, so I'm not answering it because I don't answer phone numbers I don't know. So I have a hard time talking on the phone, which is hilarious because I talk to you guys all day, talk on Discord all day, but there's just something about the phone that I just have difficulties with. I don't know. I have weird things about me. Oh, if that happens, I expect Welsh Poppet to call in. I know, right? She has my number. So she could. I don't know how that works when you're in Wales, but I don't think I've ever called somebody internationally before. No, I don't think so. Bar calls you? No, I do not. Not anymore. Oh, a burner phone is a lot of multitasking for me. Yeah, it is. I don't know. I don't know if I could do it very well. Oh goodness. Because believe it or not, like it's hard to sit here and I'm just talking to myself is all I'm doing. But you think it's hard. It is hard. It is hard. But talking to somebody on the phone, it's because you can't see their face or their responses. And I'm just like, oh, do I? And I get super anxious and like, oh my God, I just sound like an idiot. It's probably the worst. Hate it. I agree, Lisa Lee. I very much agree. I love small chats. I love the community it gives. Technically, this makes you all OG couch court potatoes, couch potatoes. So, I'll get the titles of OGs. So when we get big, okay. Just kidding. No, I think I love that atmosphere. Like I said, when I first started watching trials on YouTube, it was the same thing. It was a small group chat. We had so much fun watching trials together. And yes, when YouTubers do grow, it does get harder because there's more people in chat. And so it's not as intimate. But that's the thing. That's why we have the Discord, because there we all just hang out and have a good time, and we don't have to worry about all of that. She barely calls you. Okay, you don't need to put all my dirty laundry out there, Mom. Gosh, I'm only streaming for like 7-8 hours a day. And what would I have to talk to you about? I literally am talking about everything that I have to talk about on here. So, but yeah, join us on the courtyard, you guys. It's where we all hang out afterwards. We talk true crime. We have case files with court documents. Excuse me. And we watch shows together, play games. I don't know if we have anything going on tonight. I don't think we do. But everyone that you see on or in chat is there. So after the show's over and you're like, oh, I miss my friends. Where are they? That's where you can find them. By the way, trust me, my phone likes to tell me every Sunday how many hours I spend on Discord. It's 16. It'd be more if I wasn't streaming on YouTube now. I have a problem. Oh, Simone says there are a lot more well-rounded people in our group than most others. I think that is a really good attribute here. Keep up the great work, everybody. Yeah. And we're going to find ourselves with differing opinions, and that's okay. As long as we can talk about it in like a respectful way to one another, not even just to try to change minds, but to just have a dialogue. I feel like dialogues have really gotten lost, especially online. It's this is my opinion, and I'm going to yell it at you. And if you don't like it, then I'm going to call you bad names. And I don't like that. We don't talk like that in real life. Well, nobody really talks in real life anymore, it seems. But I love talking to people that don't agree with me. I mean, that doesn't mean that I think you're right, but I do enjoy it, right? Because it gets you thinking. I don't pretend that I know everything. I know a lot of things. I'm right a lot, but I'm also wrong a lot. And I have found my opinions do change over time, so I love that. Discord is fun. We do have a lot of fun over there. Will you forget about us when you start calling yourself a content creator? Oh, I like to see channels grow too. I've seen a lot of them grow and become something really awesome. And I do love that. I've seen others though where I don't know who those people think they are. Like, what? Why would you behave that way or treat your fans and followers that way? I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. I will try to be as authentic as I can be. That's just who I am. But to each their own. I mean, everybody has their own style and lines that they're comfortable with. But this is about it for me. Be sure to hit the acknowledgement button as defined by Sergeant Buchanan. That's right. Make sure you hit over 51%. Otherwise, it doesn't count. These people. Oh my goodness, Massachusetts. Get it together. Get it together. And also, I don't know if you guys heard the announcement yesterday. Well, Terry was on. I forgot. We just talked to her. But Terry did get picked for jury duty. So we're not having a members only tonight, like I said the other day, because we didn't know. So we'll be doing that next Wednesday. I think that is the 28th. The 28th. Oh, so let's talk about the end of the week. We got time there, not on time. Oh, look, it's 9:17 and we're still on the fan. So Thursday is going to be a half day of court. Friday, there's no court. And I do think I'm going to stream on Friday. What? I don't know yet. I'm thinking past trial testimony. So let me know in the chat if there's any people we haven't watched yet that may not be in this trial that we should watch their testimony from the previous time. And then Monday, depending if Terry is done with jury duty at the end of this week, because they did say it was only going to take till the end of the week, but you never know. The courts have their own time as well. Time works differently for the courts, apparently. If she is done, though, with jury duty on Friday, then Monday, instead of doing a full show, we're going to do like an interview tell-all. So I'm excited to hear what she has to say, because I know she has been sitting on her hands. I couldn't imagine how difficult it must be to like not say anything to anyone. Oh my gosh. So we might do that Monday instead of, since it is a holiday here in the US. I know some of you are not here in the US. It is Memorial Day. So a lot of people spend that at like cookouts and things like that. I don't really do a whole lot of that. So we'll throw something together for us Monday. It may not be like a long full day, and Friday, probably not either. But I still want to hang with you guys, right? Because I'll tell you what, when I get done on Friday, right, and Saturday and Sunday come, oh, granted, I do talk to my friends during that. But when I get back on Monday morning, it's like, oh gosh, it's been so long. Like it's a very weird experience. It's very weird. A 10 a.m. start for court today? Maybe. I don't know. Court TV doesn't say that there's it's like, oh, I just see that they put the words here. I think it's happening. They're not saying anything, but I saw it pop up on the little CC, which is hilarious. Allie McCabe calling Albert. We haven't watched, and they won't be calling them good ones, because I don't think they're calling any of the Alberts. So we could watch all the Alberts on Friday. So many choices. Tolly. Yes, I would like to hear from him too, because I don't think they're calling him. Okay, these are some good suggestions. We'll write these down. We'll write these down, and then we'll look and see how long a lot of them in, and try to at least do as many different ones as we can. So we'll have to play with times and stuff. Like, are you guys wanting to watch like all of Direct and Cross? Are you just wanting to watch cross of them? Because remember, it is Lowly. Well, I don't want to bore you guys too much. You all that watched the first trial know the best parts. So I will take my direction from you guys. Oh gosh, I got a whole bunch of notifications over here. Oh, there we are. Okay. So yeah, we'll definitely, excuse me. All right, chat is saying cross. They're like, yes, please. Yes, please. Cross only. Okay, good. I'm glad you guys agree, because I don't want to bore you and I don't want to be bored. But Lally is, I hear he's doing a better job this time around. But I don't need to go through all of that. You guys told me how painful that is. Yeah, they say the first trial was weird. This trial is weird. I don't understand what's happening. I agree. Okay, chat says cross. All right, well, our team can get together over the next day or two and lay out which ones we think will be the most interesting and time-wise, what we can factor in. Because I am going to go live, Friday, but I don't want to be on all day like normal because I would like a little bit of a break too. So, but we'll try to go at least until the early afternoon on Friday. Good thing is we don't have to worry about sidebars or anything like that. So I think we could probably fit in quite a bit. I don't know. We'll see what everyone comes up with. They've been given an assignment. I think Lally is I don't give an F mindset since he is in charge. Yeah. And I think it's interesting that the ones that they give him to question are the lackluster science ones, which is so funny that the prosecution keeps giving him those, knowing damn well that it's Alessi who's going to be crossing, the man who learns about everything before he questions somebody, the Renaissance man of knowledge. It's very interesting. I don't know why they would do that. But that Alessi, he does. I don't think yesterday was his best day. I think he was very frustrated yesterday. And I don't blame him. I would be too with all these shenanigans with this Burgess guy. But he didn't have as long to. You can tell he's a guy that like plans things in advance, and he didn't get much time with this new report from Burgess. So I'm sure he'll be. I wonder who's going to do the glass lady. I bet Yannetti. Let's see. Lisa Lee says, I'm pretty sure Jen sneaked out a pair of John's shoes to replace the original shoes. The shoe in the snow was not in court. Dude, those shoes looked so nice. Like he would have had to have just bought those shoes that day or the day before. Like they were in, and I know that there are some people who take very good care of their shoes. And maybe he was a shoe guy, but the weather was trash. Okay, so when it starts snowing, things get gross. All right, and it was wet, and I feel like his shoes should have looked dirtier, in my opinion. But maybe he had just bought them that day. I don't know. But Lady in Gray says, in my opinion, unless he does not ask a question he doesn't already know the answer to, right? Right? And if he's trying to get you to agree to something, oh boy, he is about to make a fool of you. And some of these witnesses do not see it coming. And do not see it coming at all. Boy, he did that a lot yesterday with Burgess. Yeah, I don't think he was feeling the greatest. People were saying yesterday that the jurors, like they might have had allergies going on too. So 'tis the season for allergies. So maybe it was something like that, or just being frustrated and annoyed. Oh look, the green screen's eating my hair again. Oh, lovely. Cool. Very neat. Let me just rotate my chair this way. That seems to help a bit. Okay. Someone says, this is a very important. I think I got you. Don't worry, girl. This is a very important trial in our decade right now. Is that right? This is going to change the justice system forever and hopefully in a good way. I'm glad that we have a great defense team. That is true. Yes. I think at the very least, it's made people want to tune into trials and realizing, hey, there's problems. There's problems not just here in Canton, but around the country. I don't know if they're able to think outside the bubble that is Canton, but Canton is not special in this scenario. Okay, this stuff does happen everywhere. You do have inept investigations happening, and there are innocent people in jail. I know our first thought is, oh, well, if you're in jail, then you're guilty. No, not always. Okay, are a lot of them guilty? Yes, right. but people do get railroaded by the government all of the time. All of the time, where in my opinion, the government does not prove as much as they should to take these like what we are on. What do you guys think she just said? Not even putting that up yet. I think we all know. Counsel, I'd like to see you at sidebar. I would not want to go up against this defense ever. Oh my gosh, they are so good. So good. Has Little did any cross yet? No, she hasn't. And I was wondering, actually, I meant to ask you guys yesterday, if she did any in the first trial or if she's like the research attorney, if you know what I mean. Oh, yeah, there's your comment. Yes, it is a very important trial. Yes. I hope people's eyes are open and they just don't all willy-nilly think that this is how things are supposed to go, because it's not. It's not. Oh, let's see. Alessi is their cornerstone. I mean, Alessi is an amazing attorney. Amazing. And you know what? I think that's why we and the jury, when he gets on, really pays attention, because he knows what he's talking about. He's taken the time and the energy to learn the things he's questioning about. You don't hear that from Brennan or Lally. And I think that's why you're bored, because they'll just ask questions that it's just like, okay, but can you even have, do you even know what these questions mean, kind of thing? I'm not saying they don't. It's just Alessi's delivery that is so impressive. I want to watch everything he does. Very amazing. Oh, good morning, Shanka. Good morning. If Alessi was my lawyer and he started asking me questions, I'd probably forget and ask for a lawyer again. Lady in Gray says, so far the government has not proven there was an accident. I guess this is what Dr. Welcher is going to do. I'm interested to see, but I agree. Because those, what do they call them, tech stream events, it doesn't mean that there was a collision. I mean, she was backing up. That was it. Nothing went off that said, oh, you hit a thing. At least that I've heard so far. Maybe I've forgotten, but I don't think so. Lisa says Karen is lucky she didn't have to use a public defender, because they are also part of this type circle. I call them all Satan's circle. I mean, listen, public defenders they have a lot of cases. And I am thankful for public defenders, because everyone is entitled to an attorney. Okay. That doesn't mean that you're going to always get quality with public defenders. Some really do try their best, but they generally have high caseloads. They don't get the same amount of money as prosecution gets. They don't get to just focus on one case. Sometimes they're working like 150 cases at a time, depending, where they may live. So, yes, I know public defenders get a bad rap, but they're necessary, like think about it. What if anybody was given a lawyer and you had to pay for it? Oh my gosh, we'd be in trouble. So I'm not going to talk too much crap about public defenders, but I do understand what you're saying, because I have seen public defenders that it's like, you didn't even try. I was just talking about the Halderson trial. I mean, don't get me wrong, that was a slam dunk case. I don't even know what they could have said, but they were both public defenders, and oof, I mean, they didn't even object to things. And there were certain things you could probably have objected to. But, that's the thing. It's a Russian roulette if you have to get a public defender. So, oh, goodness. Let's see. I don't know what that was for. Oh, you guys were talking about little test, doing some questioning. All right, they're bringing the jurors in. Let me just put on. So we got a few more minutes. Running shoes in the winter, USA thing. Oh yeah. I mean, People in the north have boots and stuff, but you can kind of get away with it wearing your tennis shoes most times. You know, us Americans, we do things weird. See, that's what I'm wondering, Lisa. So did any car accidents show up on the report or taillight issues recorded? Like when she hit John's car, why did that not pop up on this report? And that's why I don't think that they actually proved with the black box infotainment stuff that she hit something, because it's either not recording it at all, which means what are we even doing here? Or it did and nobody wants to talk about it. I don't know. But I have those same questions. The doctor from the Commonwealth said John was not hit by a car. That's who I want to hear is someone from that.
An issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether we clear no filming. All right, send you back, and we're going to get back.
Ruh-roh.
Now I'll see counsel.
Okay, all right. Well, you guys, looks like we're not getting court this morning. As she just said, this is probably going to take a while. Okay, so so somebody's reported something about the jurors saying or seeing something, would be my guess. That's usually why they bring them in. That means, oh, you couldn't hear court? That's weird. Well, don't worry. Here's what happened if you couldn't hear it. Right? She told the jurors, don't speculate, but don't worry, we're going to, because we can. We're not the jurors. So what she wants to do is she is going to bring all of these jurors in individually to question them, which means somebody has reported something to the bailiff. Sometimes it can be simple things. It doesn't mean it's worst case scenario. Sometimes it could be like, oh, I saw, they were in the elevator. They got on the elevator with the defense team or something like that. Sometimes those issues come up, but I don't even know, because she wants to talk to each and every one. Because I've seen them say they've need to question jurors. You don't get to see it. Because somebody might be like, oh, so-and-so said this thing. And, Murdaugh, there was that juror who somebody said they were posting or talking at a bar and posted on Facebook. And I think that was scandalous and not true. But I think that's interesting. Oh boy. Yeah. Yeah, somebody said something somewhere. Or there might have been an event that happened and they're going to have to ask them if this changed their mind or what. This doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen often, but I have seen it. I've seen it be a nothing burger, and then I've also seen where jurors get removed. Oh yeah, she's going to question each and every one, and she told them it was going to take a while. Because how many jurors are there? 16, I think. 16. So, will we still be getting, are we still going to get X updates? Like, the reporters are in there. They said the cameras had to be turned off and no audio, but the reporters could probably report what's being said, huh? Don't worry, Lady in Gray is like a hawk on X for us. So, do they dismiss jurors in the trial? Yep. They can dismiss jurors literally at any point in time. Even when they go into deliberation, they can dismiss a juror. That's usually only if like the juror at that point becomes sick or something serious happens and they have to be taken out. And then that's why they have the alternates. So like the whole jury could go back and deliberate, but those alternates aren't allowed usually in that room. Some they have been, which is weird. But then if one of them can't get through deliberations, they'll pull one of the alternates in and put them there. So a juror can be removed at any time. At any time. But this is interesting. Hopefully Turtle Boy didn't do anything in the buffer zone. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. You're right. It could be something that they observed in the lobby. Because wasn't it Lori Vallow? No, which trial were we watching? There was a display in the courthouse for something unrelated. I want to say it was like domestic violence or something for a trial we were watching together. And they came in and they questioned all the jurors who they had to walk past it to get out of the courtroom. Okay. And they had to ask each of them if it affected their opinion, if they could still have a clear mind with that, and things like that. This seems a little bit, I don't know what's going on, but I can't wait to find out. 18 jurors. Okay, so 18 of them. Oh, boo, 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 boo. I don't like that, man. Lame. All right, guys. Well, what are we going to do in the meantime? Man, I was hoping the press would still be allowed in there. Yeah, that means the families are clear. Yeah, that means everybody is cleared out, which I don't know how I feel considering all the shenanigans going on. Oh gosh. Can you juggle, Buff? I can't juggle. I tried to learn it. I'm not coordinated enough for that. Oh man. Okay, you guys. Well, you know what? We can find something else to watch. What do you guys want to watch? We can watch the rest of Higgins. We never did finish Higgins cross, so we could probably get him out of the way. I think we had like an hour and a half or something. Something like that. But if we do this, somebody's going to have to keep an eye out for court coming back because my computer does not like me having two videos playing at the same time. So let's see. I'm trying to do. I think this was the channel we were using. Let's see. Oh no, you can't. I mean, think of the views of us trying to juggle, though. Think of the views. I think the press will be able to give a recap from court later, maybe not specifics, but they will know if someone gets booted. Oh yeah, that'll go around. Let's see here. Oh, this is all the new trial stuff. Okay. Okay, there's this one. Oh, no, I don't want you to play the whole playlist. Just want to pick one. No.
So as Verona was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities.
All right. Okay. What are you guys saying over here? No suggestions on what we're going to watch. Okay, cool. That's fine. We'll work it out. Let's, why don't we finish up? Is this all? It looks like Michael Lank is only an hour and 41 minutes. Okay. Okay. All right. So I think we're just going to wrap up Higgins since we only had a little bit of that left. And then that way we can group the ones we're going to watch over the next couple of days together. So let's just finish up the weird testimony of Higgins. Are these in order of how they appeared? Oh, there we go. Never mind. Found it. Found it. Oh, yeah, because we still have like an hour and 15 minutes to go. I'm going to push this back just a little bit. We're going to start where he's talking about moving cars in Canton, which we all know now is not true at all, because we just saw the video in this new trial of him at the police station. Guess what he didn't do? He didn't move a single car. Instead, he moved stuff from his Jeep with the snowplow on it to one of his other vehicles he has. So, let's see. Oh, you had a suggestion? Okay, let's part of the defense starts to ask about his degrees, which, okay, Lisa, do you mean when Alessi first starts crossing him the day before, or do you mean when Alessi recrosses him after Brennan yesterday? Is that what you're talking about? Is that the part? Because I can pull that up too. That's totally fine. That's not, we'll just look and see if she did in fact do something. We can do that. Sounds great. Oh, okay. Oh gosh, this Higgins guy. Oh my goodness. Okay. No. Stop it. Stop it. Okay. Okay. Un momento, please. Okay, so you're gonna want. So you're talking, Lisa, about when Alessi is confronting him about the federal court CV. Yes. Mendacity Monday. Oh, that is funny. Okay, I'm gonna try to find it. Gosh, he was on the stand for so long. He was on the stand for over 7 hours, 7.5 hours. Ooh. Okay, all right. I will try to find it for you. Thank you for your suggestion. Okay. All right, that's Brennan talking. That's still Brennan. Okay. All right, I think this is the part you're talking about, Lisa. So we'll watch this for a few minutes and see, and then that gives me time to take a quick potty break, change the banners, and then we'll watch the rest of Higgins after that while we're waiting. Okay, sound good, everybody? All right, let's just do that. Oh, come on. Okay. Oh, I gotta share this tab instead. Yes, please. Thank you. All right. All right. You guys want to see if Judge Bev, I'm going to take me off. I'm going to be here listening, but I'm going to take me off because sometimes my face is covering Bev. So whatever it is, you all want to point out, I'll still be here, but that way you guys can see all of whatever we're supposed to be looking for here. I think hand signals is what Lisa is talking about. That oh, here she says, sorry. I could just read the chat, Llama, get it together. Watch her left hand, but she does other ones also. Okay. All right, let's see.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Mr. Burgess, between the time you left the witness stand yesterday until this moment, have you talked to anyone about this case?
No, sir, I have not.
Has a filing ever been made in any court in which your educational background has been misrepresented?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Pardon me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did I understand that you're based out of the Aperture office in Texas?
Yes, I am.
And are you aware of a case in the United States District Court, Eastern District of Texas, Marshall Division, titled Jeffrey Glover and Teresa Glover versus Graphic Packaging International, LLC? Are you familiar with that case?
Yes, I am.
And is it correct that in that case, well, tell me how you are participating in that case, sir?
So I'm no longer participating in that case. So if I believe correctly, that would have been a accident reconstruction case from, I don't recall, a year or two ago.
And so it was a case that you did participate in, correct?
Yes, I did.
And what was your role in that case?
Sure. So my role in that case was an accident reconstructionist.
And did you provide any testimony, deposition, or otherwise in that case?
No, I did not.
Did you, in that particular case, there were, like all cases, filings made, correct?
I'm sure there were, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to have a document marked as the next exhibit for identification,
Okay.
please. May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am showing you a document which has been marked as Exhibit EEE for identification, and I'd ask that you take a look at it, sir. Your Honor, may I remain here?
Sure. As long as you stand back a little bit.
Exactly, yes. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll just need to be quiet.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, with regard to Exhibit EEE, do you recognize the second page, and do you recognize any stamping at the top of each of those pages?
Yes, I do.
And can you describe what that stamping is?
Sure. So that is stamping for a file date of 8/7/2023.
And is that a stamping of a federal court?
That I'm not sure.
If I were to show you a document, might a document refresh your recollection as to whether
Sure.
Exhibit EEE is a filing in a federal court?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Sure.
I am showing you,
Did you show those to Mr. Brennan?
thank you. I believe I did, but I want to make
And
sure.
just let me know if we need to move.
We will. Your Honor. Thank you. Can I mark each of
Yes.
these for identification? There,
Yep.
let me just get one first. Thank you. Sir, I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit FFF for identification and ask whether or not this document can refresh your recollection as to whether the court filing that you reviewed in Exhibit EEE is indeed a federal court.
Yes, it is.
So that document refreshes your recollection that what has been filed is represented in EEE as a filing in a federal court, correct, sir?
Correct.
Now, what I'd like to do is to draw your attention to the second page of this exhibit. Is that a curriculum vitae of you and a picture of you?
Yes, it is.
And sir, under education, objection. I would.
The objection's sustained.
Do you
want to bring it over? We can take
I
it
will,
there.
Your Honor. I will.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I'm going to have to be a little closer to proximity here with me, please. What I would like to do, sir, is to put before you again Exhibit FF for identification and Exhibit EE for identification. And what I would like to do is to ask you some questions, sir, with regard to the process in the case.
Okay.
Are you aware, or do you recall in this litigation that, as typical in litigation, including federal courts, that as part of the litigation process, the parties have to designate their expert witnesses? Are you aware generally of that process?
Generally, yes.
Yes. And have you participated in the documents that need to be prepared for an attorney or a party to prepare documents and submit them to a court to establish the designation of expert witnesses?
No, I have not.
And so you have never participated or never been aware of a process like this?
No, I'm aware of a process, and that process goes through other staff members
Okay, so it goes through other staff members as well.
at Aperture.
Are you aware that that process is occurring, even though it may be done by other staff at Aperture?
Yes, I am.
And in this instance, you were aware in this litigation that staff at Aperture needed to submit documents in support of an expert witness designation, correct? Even though you may not have done it yourself, you were aware that some person or persons at Aperture were performing that process, correct?
Correct.
And they were performing that process so that you could be designated as an expert witness in that case, correct?
Correct.
And so you were aware of the process, you were aware they had to submit documents that would establish your qualifications as an expert in the case so that you could be designated as an expert witness, correct?
Correct.
And now specifically with regard to Exhibit EEE for identification with these court filings, etc., even though you may not have done it yourself,
Oh, there.
were you
We're
aware
down in the corner.
that this document, which is EEE, was submitted as part of the expert designation process we were talking about?
Not this specific document, no.
Yeah,
Were
I'm
you
not really
aware
seeing.
that a CV was needed to be submitted on your behalf as part of the designation process?
Yes.
So you were aware a CV had to be submitted, but you're saying you don't recall this specific one being submitted?
Correct.
Does the timestamp up at the top of each page of Exhibit EEE, including this page that is your CV, match the timestamp, or is it different from the timestamp at the top of Exhibit FFF?
No, that is the same.
So it's exactly the same.
Yes.
And have you been involved in processes in courts where your qualifications, including your CV, have had to be submitted to courts to establish a
I don't know
designation as an
about
expert witness?
Yes.
And can you conclude from these documents, including the timestamps, that the submission that was made to the court to establish your status as an expert witness consisted of Exhibits FFF and EEE?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move EEE and FFF into evidence.
You need one more step, Mr.
And sir, do EEE and FFF fairly and accurately represent the submission of documents in support of a designation of expert witness in this case?
Yes, as far as I can tell.
Your Honor, I offer these two into evidence.
I'm going to allow it of you.
Can I have a briefing?
Yes, come on up. Oh, yes, please, Mr.
Yes,
Okay, well, I think that's enough of that. I'm not really seeing it. I'm not saying it's not happening. Not saying that. Just saying I don't really see it. But I think you said it was Microdots that just did a video on this, right? I believe that's what I saw this morning too. So I'm just gonna recommend y'all go watch that video of them doing it because they probably like have a much better timestamps and clearer, points to point out. I just am not seeing anything myself. So I'm not saying there's not things. I don't get it. So let's go watch Brian Higgins now be a liar, liar, pants on fire. Like Mr. Burgess here. That guy. Oh, yikes. How do I do that? But yeah, you can definitely go check that. The Microdots who just did a video on that. So go check them out. They did a good job, is what Chet's saying. So, oh, you didn't see Microdots. You just saw this yourself. Okay. I believe that there is that's what Microdots put out this morning is something about this. So I don't know if I can play Microdots, if that makes sense. So I don't want to, why is it turning my whole, oh, that's because I'm a dingus. That's why. Okay. All right. Oh, hey, Beth. Hey, girl.
Hey.
In time for some Brian Higgins past testimony.
No.
Can you believe that she's questioning all the jurors right now? What I wouldn't give to be a fly in that courtroom because I need to know why.
I know. Hey, y'all. I see the chat. I'm just trying to get situated. I was hearing an echo for a minute, and it was me.
Oh.
It was user error.
User error.
I know my mind is running wild right now. Like
I know. Because
what is happening?
What's big enough that they have to question each juror lengthy like that?
I wonder if they were doing like I said that I would be doing, going back into the jury room and making faces afterwards, like it would be like maybe they're like, somebody's making faces, there's a tattletale in the group. There's always a tattletale in the group.
That's true.
Like somebody said something, somebody made a face, somebody, I don't know. Maybe. Or maybe something happened outside on the way.
Yeah.
Like to the courthouse, and they just need to make sure it didn't affect anybody. You never know.
Yeah. Oof. I don't know. It's always something when they question jurors like this, and especially all of them. That makes me wonder, like, is it something that like they don't know who specifically might have seen or did something, or because she kind of reprimanded them the other day about not being able to react, which I have never heard a judge do that before.
Oh, reading some of the commentary, because there are some news commentary people that just comment on and report what they see from the jurors. There were a lot of jurors making faces, and laughing, and making some things that could be seen as showing your bias or showing maybe more. But I also heard there was, now I'm considering the source, it is Aiden Kearney, so he Turtle Boy, saying that there were some jurors that were playing grab ass. So like there's a male and a female juror that tend to be a little touchy-feely and
Oh,
so
oh.
rumor, not like I don't know. Secondhand information from a
Interesting.
but
Interesting.
yeah, I don't know. There, I can run wild with speculation. I would probably be wrong, but
That's true. We all would be, but it's just because we want to know. Oh my gosh, yeah. I don't know. How could you not make faces though? Like,
oh, my face has subtitles.
oh, that's
there's no way you won't know exactly. Like, it's really hard. Like, if I'm like, it's like, oh, it's in my face.
yeah. Terry told me the other day that HH, her husband, was watching us on, I think, Friday's stream, maybe, or it was, or maybe it was Monday. But he said, tell Llama and Buffy to never play poker. Because you can tell what we're thinking by our faces, apparently, which does probably check out. Because, yeah, I'm a face person. I mean, I'm good also of not showing. But then I was like, will you tell HH our job is literally to react to what we're seeing. So I think we're nailing it.
I mean, I was told when I was younger, like, I think every Southern girl gets put in pageants or like modeling when they're younger. So I did this whole modeling thing when I was a kid. And I had to go for like a tryout for something. And the lady told me that my face was very animated. Now, as a little kid, I thought that meant that they wanted to put me in a cartoon. But that is not what that means. It means that I'm very animated. I was like, oh. I'm like, no, that just means we know exactly what you're thinking.
Oh, was little you like, oh my God, I'm going to be a Disney princess? Because that's what little me probably would have thought. Like, oh,
I wanted to be
I'm the next Ariel.
I was very animated.
Good morning, Captain. Good morning. Welcome to the party. There is no court right now. They're questioning jurors individually, and Bev said it might take a while. So
there are no, you don't all we don't all model. Catherine has clarified. No, we don't all model. Okay, well, I didn't say I was a model.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Yes, Micro.Lisa. Mm-hmm. Yes, I believe that's their YouTube channel name. Yes, ma'am. We found love in a juror with some Rihanna blaring. What if we got like a reality TV show relationship happening here? Yeah, keep this in mind. No, that's why LB doesn't play in any shows.
No, we don't.
Oh,
I don't even know how to play poker, so
I do. I'm pretty good at poker, actually. I haven't played in a while, but I did pretty good.
I can play Old Maid.
LB likes to play poker a lot.
I know how to play that game y'all taught me. What was it? Crazy Eights? Was it?
Yeah, Crazy Eights, Blazing Eights, as it's called.
Oh, that's what it is. That's play that
Discord,
game.
But it's the same.
But like, yeah, that's it.
Interesting. Well,
never
you
learned.
guys, in the meantime, we're going to watch the rest of Brian Higgins' testimony. If somebody else can keep an eye out on Court TV and let me know.
Sure.
If they hear anything about that. Because my computer, my computer does not like me having two live videos going at the same time.
I got you, buddy.
Thanks. Don't want it to be like Monday where we were just yapping away.
I got you, bestie.
Thanks. Ooh, Lady and Grace says, Sue and X, we were told to leave and take all electronic devices with us. Sometimes we leave laptops during recess.
They don't want anybody.
We are not allowed on the second floor where the courtroom is.
Oh, are they taking somebody to jail? No, I'm just kidding. Look, I'm starting rumors. By Buffy.
It is weird that they're not allowed on the second floor. That is kind of weird to be like why? Can you hear?
Corner?
Can you hear the audio in the hallway from court?
They don't want anybody eavesdropping through the door.
But Bev said she was going to call them to have a sidebar with her. So I don't even know if it's going to be on like, audio.
Why wouldn't you have your white noise going too? If you're really worried about things being said, you know what I'm saying? Like you have the white noise. Nobody's in the court.
Yeah.
They can't even be on the second hall. Jeez, what we got? We got shakedown going on.
What is going on? It's interesting.
Buffy with all
the
the hot
families
mess.
have been
Buffy
removed
is a
from
hot
the
mess.
second floor too. Okay, this is a little.
I have questions.
What happened?
Are they trying to? Have they figured out which jurors they want to not deliberate? Is that what's happening?
Oh boy! Everybody, get out your tin hats. Ooh. Weird is the theme for this trial. Yeah, it's certainly the practices and protocols is very weird. Very weird. Buffy with all the hot mess.
Buffy is a hot mess.
Right? This is a bit concerning. All my fellow, trial watchers, this is very strange.
SWAT about to bust in.
This is very, very strange. I don't understand what's happening. Well, you serve us with more tea, Lady in Gray from X. I don't know who Sue O'Connell is, but I like her.
She's a court commentary person, I think, with Boston 10.
Okay. Oh, okay. I did know she was a local something. I didn't know what her job is, or I'm just nosy and want to know too.
And they're not going. The thing is, they're not going to tell us even after this is over. They're going to say, "Don't speculate on why there's a juror or like 10 missing, or whatever. You can't speculate." And then they'll just go on like nothing happened.
Well, they do have to say on the record if they get rid of a juror,
but they don't have to say why.
That's true. They don't have to say why. But we should know if there's one or two missing or several. Ooh. Yikes.
Yeah.
It could be something as simple as the jurors were talking about stuff in the deliberation room. It could be something very simple.
It could be, but then what do you do about that? Do you just, if all the jurors are talking, like, do you have a mistrial? Like, you have all the jurors and they're talking.
I mean, if we want to put on our tinfoil hats for a second.
I love a tinfoil era.
What looks better for the state? Okay, this going to the jury and resulting in a mistrial, or a mistrial declared in the middle because of juror misconduct. Which one looks better for the state if that was to happen? It's the second one that looks better for the state, because then it was on them.
I know.
It was on them that things were bad, because they are at a very embarrassing point right now. Like embarrassing.
So do you think there's a plant? Someone in there deliberately trying to be messy?
No, I don't think so. I just think maybe they're trying to find something. I don't think that we're speculating, everybody. Speculation time.
This is complete, utter, not real. We are talking trash.
We are. This is what happens, Bev, when you don't let somebody in there. The minds go wild.
When you don't have answers, you create the answers.
That's true. That's true. But we also know there's been some really shady stuff going on in this trial. Like that's not even a conspiracy. Like, it is unbelievable the amount of shadiness going on, that it wouldn't surprise me if they were just looking for a way to get this to be in this trial.
Let's start over. We messed up. We need better experts. Let's try again.
Yeah. Yikes.
I mean,
because the prosecution's case is trash now, in my opinion. Like, trash.
Oh, yeah, because I went back and rewatched that testimony, and I think I even messaged you last night, laying there out of my mind going, did I miss this? Did
Oh,
I forget
yes.
this? There's a
Yes.
whole like 24 hours off on this timeline.
Mhm.
He's like, no, it's January 30th. And Leslie's like, yes. So you agree that it's 24 hours. Like, and then he just left it. Like, and I don't know if anybody caught that. Maybe I didn't catch that the first time. I don't know, but it was like, there's a whole 30, like, that's not even the right date.
Right? It wasn't right at all. That guy messed everything up.
I had a
Like,
whole argument with my husband. He's like, it was all 24 hours off. And I was like, no, it wasn't. And he's like, yes, it was. And I was like,
Yeah. Like his report is that bad. That bad. And he was just like, oh, it was an error. Naked E says, I recognize the lady in the green glasses with the press today. She has a channel, so I checked it out. And apparently there is a huge police presence outside of court today. Could this be something going on with the protest?
Where did I hear?
Did something happen outside of the courtroom when they were coming in today?
That's what I was wondering. That I mean, that's what I said. That the jurors, they're just making sure they didn't see anything that could, like, potentially, you know, mess with how they, which is what the buffer zone was there for. And then she lost. Like, they made her redo the buffer zone. I don't know if you caught that, the ruling on that went up on appeals about the buffer zone. And they had to move it back.
Okay.
So I don't know if they did yet or not, because
interesting.
They didn't pay attention to that.
Angie says they're bringing in another witness out of order before continuing with Hanley today, per earlier media reports. What?
Jeez.
So we're going to bring in somebody while somebody else is in the middle of their testimony? What?
I think this feels almost like this is on purpose. I mean, it has to be. Because their timelines are bad, they know it, and then they have to muddy everything up, and they have to keep things all over the place so people don't connect dots.
I think it's crazy that even if the jurors did see anything, now they want to question jurors. But remember when Rock Albert was in the yard? Crickets.
And it was just jurors. That wasn't there.
Just ignore that.
Just delete that from your brain.
Nothing.
Sorry. Oops.
I thought for sure that would lead to a mistrial. For sure. But no, here we are. Here we are. They want the people confused. I agree. I do agree with that very much so.
Amy, I see your comment that people need to stop wearing the Turtle Boy shirts, but what shirts are they wearing that are the problem? Are they wearing Free Karen Reed shirts in the buffer zone? Because that is a problem.
Oh, okay.
Because
I don't know much about these buffer protest guidelines.
I mean, you can wear them outside the buffer zone, but around the inside the buffer zone, you're not supposed to have any of those.
Okay. So they're not allowed to have signs either, I'm assuming.
I believe not. But there's like the Norfolk corruption shirts, but that's a free speech issue. You're allowed to wear, Norfolk is corrupt on your shirt if you choose to. That's a freedom of speech issue. I have a big issue with that.
Oh, because you said somebody got arrested yesterday for wearing that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. It's a little something.
That's what's like. The shirt just said criminals run Norfolk County, and it's like, okay, yeah, that's an opinion. You're allowed to have that on your shirt.
Wow. Interesting.
But if it's inside the buffer zone, I think that's where that appeal came in about it was interfering with freedom of speech with the buffer zone, but and it was too far, so they made them push it back or closer or whatever. So
interesting.
That's why I said the trial is crazy, and everything the stuff happening around it is crazy. Like it's not even just a crazy trial. It's just everything that's around it is messy.
Wow. Definitely haven't seen anything like that before. That's for sure.
Aren't you glad we pulled you into this?
I mean, yes, and also no. Yes, because it's fascinating. No, because what is even happening? Like my brain is it short circuits my brain on most days. Like I'll end the stream and I'll be like, what even just happened today? That's how I felt yesterday it was just so much of like shock that you don't know what to say. Like what is happening here? It's something. It is something for sure.
Beats all I've ever seen.
100%. I've never seen so many crazy things happen in trials now. You know,
And in
like
so many, I'll say in so many ways, this one's almost crazier than the first, if that's even possible. Go ahead.
like it does feel like sometimes after we're done, I'm like, am I being punked? Y'all remember that show?
Oh,
What
yeah.
a crowd from the aughts with Ashton Kutcher. But like, I'm like, is this real life or am I just carrying on? Like, what? This can't possibly be real. I think that every day when I get done, but then I'm like, yeah, no, it is. It is. And these people just walk around every day perfectly fine with things that have happened. They've been making excuses for themselves of why things happen in a certain way. And it's just like, how? How? This is outrageous. It is by far the most outrageous trial I've ever seen, ever.
And it takes me a little while to process. Most of the time, my thoughts don't even happen like on the stream. Like I have to get off the stream and really think about it and have like talks with my husband and stuff. And he's even like saying, I don't understand when you look at the time drift on the table he put out, why are they all so different? If you're still connected in the same place, your seconds shouldn't be like off.
I don't understand
so much. Like it should be pretty spaced out. Like you're pinging from the same place. Why is there so much drift? It's like so variable. It's like 2 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Like it should be.
And this brings a lot of problems to like other cases where you just have normal people that aren't very familiar with all this math and all of that, you know, misinterpreting the data that they're using in the court of law because they don't know about all this time drift math shenanigans going on here. Or at least I would think that most people aren't equipped to do this kind of stuff for every single, they just look at the numbers and they're like, yep, that's good. Because that's what we all thought. That's what I'll say that's what I thought until this trial. And then I was like, oh, so it turns out literally nothing is very as accurate as we thought.
If I've learned anything from the Karen Reed trial is that nothing seems to be accurate. You're telling me that the Apple data is not accurate. The Lexus data is not accurate. You have to sync everything. But then how do I know you're syncing it correctly? Like, are you the end all be all in syncing times? Like,
right. Steps aren't accurate. Going upstairs isn't accurate.
And how did you figure out how to, like, where you were settling on? So you said this one's like 30 seconds off. So where did you find the middle and how did you come to that conclusion? He didn't explain that either. Because I was thinking, like, how did he get there? Like, how did he figure out where he was going to settle on that this being the right time? Like, what was your formula? Not that I would understand the formula, but you didn't even try to explain to me how you got there.
Oh, sure. I don't know. It really makes me very nervous about trials I've seen and stuff I know that's been relied on. And you know what? It probably doesn't mean that person isn't guilty, but I've never heard any of this information about things that I have seen used several times in other trials. You know, there's never been anyone explaining this before.
I don't know that she didn't do it. All I'm just saying is this, everything that presented to me is so weird. And it's also not the jury's job to figure out if she did it or not. Your job is to figure out whether the Commonwealth proved it.
Right.
Like,
that's true. Angie says this happened. Maybe this is why a large police presence is being reported in Canton, Massachusetts this morning as authorities search for a possibly armed subject wanted for making threats.
I mean, then they would have cleared the whole courthouse, right?
That's true.
Or
I would
put
think
everybody
so.
on lockdown.
I would think so.
I mean, not just the second floor and not just that courthouse. And they wouldn't be having conversations about that. Like,
Yeah.
do you feel comfortable continuing on with the jury? Like, oh, there's an armed fugitive on, I don't know. Like, I don't think that
or
would
maybe speculation time. We need like some sort of graphic.
okay.
Speculation time.
Sound effect.
Ooh, a little swoopy thing. Maybe the jurors got death threats. Like maybe somebody found out who they were.
I mean, everybody can see them, but us.
Maybe that's something. I don't know.
No, not all the prisoners in Louisiana got recaptured. There are still 5.
You guys. So what day did that happen? Sunday? No, Friday.
Yeah.
I think it was that you guys had all those prisoners escape from the county jail in New Orleans, and they haven't been found very far away from the jail. Like they didn't even go that far, and they've had days. They had a 10.5-hour head start, and they didn't get very far at all.
They'd have a better chance again.
Well, Ken probably has locks.
I don't know.
New Orleans can't afford locks.
I would say New Orleans is pretty bad, I think.
God. You guys, so not even from there, but I am infuriated for them. You want to talk about more corruption and shenanigans? Go learn about this jail escape thing that happened. It's crazy. It's so crazy. It's so bad. The sheriff, oh my gosh, the things she says, it's like, what? And then she was like, this is really suspicious considering we're about to be in a sheriff's race. I'm just saying, I think that this is weird timing. Like, what? You don't have locks on the doors. I think that is the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, there were locks, but they're not good ones.
Little problem. They did arrest a janitor.
How I saw that. I saw when you shared that, and I was like, is he just a patsy? Just someone to blame it on is what I think.
Oh yeah, somebody has to go down. Like somebody's got to pay for it.
And it's not going to be the people in the higher ups that should be
right.
Should be held accountable for this. It's insane, you guys. It's insane. So there's 5 still on the run. Maybe those made it past 5 miles away. The jail.
And I think they moved some of the other ones to Angola, the ones that they recaptured.
Oh. So they could participate in the prison rodeo?
They probably aren't going to let them participate, if I had to guess, since they like to run.
Oh, gosh. It's a mess. It's a mess, and it is embarrassing. Again, what we're seeing with Karen Reed, it's kind of corruption is kind of everywhere, you guys. It's kind of everywhere. Just crazy. Because your guys' sheriff and stuff, they don't feel like they haven't taken any accountability for it. They're like, oh, we don't have the money. We can't hire people because we don't have the money.
They don't have the money because they're putting it in their purse.
Right. What do you mean you can't afford locks? Get out of here. Oh, it turns out she didn't actually request them, even though she said she did.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Oh, I forgot to ask.
Oh, my gosh.
I just remembered I forgot to ask.
It's something else. Yeah, almost a week, and they've only caught 5. Well, then at first they reported that one of the guys was missing, and he wasn't. He was just in a different pod than where they thought he was supposed to be. So they weren't even keeping track of who's supposed to be in what pod, because this guy was there, but in a different one. And they were like, oh yeah, this guy's missing. No, they have no idea what is going on at this jail.
Nobody knows what's happening.
Crazy. It is crazy because the people that escaped, some of them had very serious charges and were found guilty of murder and assault and some really not great things. So that's fun.
Oh,
And these,
it's
and they're trying to call them masterminds. You guys, these guys are not masterminds. Okay. Some of them
mastermind would have
literally,
found a way to get out of Louisiana.
right? They're literally being found like within a mile of the jail. It's crazy. Maybe the other ones, those were the smart ones that haven't been caught yet. I don't know. But what a mess. What
I'm
a
just
mess.
checking on court to see if we don't even have a moving fan.
No. Boo. All right. Well, you know what? Let's get into some of this Brian Higgins. I did rewind a little bit from where we left off, and we're going to be at the part where he's going to be talking about moving the cars around at the Canton PD, which we know is not what happened. So let's go ahead and give that a watch while we're waiting for court to come back. Sound good, everybody?
I'm good with it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm always good for a little Higgins.
Higgins, this guy. Oh boy.
Certainly would have seen that.
All right.
Where exactly did you go when you left 34 Fairview?
I went back to the Canton Police Station.
When you were asked that on direct examination, you said you weren't sure where you went when you left 34 Fairview, either home or to Canton PD.
No, that's not what I testified to.
Did something jog your memory about where you went?
That is not what I testified to. That was in relation to where did I go after I left 34 Fairview the next morning.
Why did you go to Canton Police Department that morning?
What's the question?
What?
Why did you go to the Canton Police Department that morning?
The morning when I left 34 Fairview, the Friday into Saturday,
Correct.
Sir.
to move 2 vehicles.
There's been quite an evolution of that story over the years, has there not?
I don't understand the question.
All right, let's talk about that for a second. You had an initial interview with Massachusetts State Police on February 3rd, 2022,
Yes.
correct? And you indicated during the course of that interview, which was just a couple of days, 5 days after the events in question, that you left Brian Albert's house, went to Canton PD to, quote, fulfill some administrative obligations, end quote, correct? You later said, when you testified in front of the grand jury on April 28th, that you went to Canton PD to do, quote, administrative work, correct?
Yes.
You never mentioned,
I said administrative things.
you said administrative work was your testimony in your transcript.
I believe it was things, but okay.
Okay. Can we agree, Mr.
Work and
Higgins,
things.
that you didn't mention anything about moving cars around, correct?
Well, that would be administrative.
So when you say I went to Canton PD to do administrative work or administrative obligations, you meant moving your car, your personal vehicle?
Yes.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Although you didn't say that you were going there to move your personal vehicle, right?
No, I said I didn't move my personal vehicle. I moved work vehicles.
Or either one. You just traded off vehicles, moved them out of the way, right?
I moved the purpose for going back there was to move 2 work vehicles.
And the reality is you had gotten Canton PD earlier in the afternoon and actually moved some other vehicles, traded vehicles, didn't you?
I swapped vehicles out. That's correct.
Right. And you left the vehicles that you now claim you had to go move exactly where they were, even though you knew a blizzard was coming, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
So you didn't move the cars a few hours earlier, knowing that you just have to come back and move those cars a few hours later,
I was
right?
more concerned to go eat and have a drink because it had been a long day.
So wouldn't you want to move those cars early on so you wouldn't have to go all the way back to Canton and play, parking lot with these cars in the middle of the night?
Not really.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Higgins, you weren't actually at Canton PD to do administrative work at 1:30 in the morning, were you?
I was moving the vehicles. I'm sure it's on video.
We'll talk about the video in just a second.
I'm sure it's on video.
You entered the Canton Police Station.
That's interesting.
Through which
'cause
door?
We didn't get that video until the second
I
trial.
believe it was the door to the right of the Sally Port as you come in the main entrance.
And you made note of who was on duty that night, correct?
I didn't make note. I walked by, I saw somebody sitting in the control room and then just went about my business.
So you immediately knew that your friend, Officer Good, was working dispatch, right?
So do you need to hear something or?
Okay, so that room he went
All right,
into
Mr.
was
Jackson.
the
Thank you.
control room.
Mr. Higgins, if you went
Because that
back
was
to
one of my
Canton
questions.
PD at
Apparently.
1 o'clock, 1:30 in the morning, you would certainly be in a position to monitor anything that was happening at Canton PD at the time that at least you were there, correct?
No.
I mean, you would be inside the building, correct?
Yes.
With access to dispatch and anything else that was happening around that floor, that area, correct?
I did not go into dispatch.
You would have access to the interior of the police station at that time if you went back to Canton PD at 1:30 in the morning, correct?
I'd have access.
You could see if there was any activity going on, any calls, call outs, things of that nature.
I didn't have access to that and I wasn't looking for it.
Not that you were looking for it, Mr. Higgins. My question is more simple than that. If you were there, you'd know what was going on inside the building.
No.
So if you walked in, you would just be completely oblivious to anything that was happening. For instance, if troopers started amassing to go out to a call, you wouldn't see that.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
If you were able to monitor, you'd be in a position to monitor what was happening at the station around 1:30 in the morning when you were over there, correct?
No.
So how long did it take you to get home from Canton PD?
A little longer from after I moved the vehicles.
Correct.
I don't know. I mean, it could have been 15 minutes. It could have been 20 minutes.
You live alone?
I do.
You did then?
Yes.
What did you do when you got home?
I think I had something to eat, maybe a couple more drinks.
Then you went to bed?
Was either on the couch or in the bed watching the news.
In any of the prior testimony that you've given in this case, have you ever indicated, ever, that you slept on the couch that night?
I don't know.
Well, you reviewed your testimony before you
Well,
testified.
those would be the two options.
Okay. I didn't ask you about your options. I asked you if you reviewed your testimony before you testified today.
Yes.
Okay. When you reviewed your testimony previous to coming in here today, did you ever testify that you slept on the couch that night?
No, I slept in my bed, but I could have started somewhere else.
Did you ever testify in the previous hearing that you started somewhere else?
Not that I know.
Did you ever mention a couch in any of your description about what you did when you went home that night?
Not that I recall.
As a matter of fact, what you did mention under questioning in a different hearing was that you may have gotten something to eat, you then went to bed, put your stuff on the nightstand next to your bed, correct?
That would be the routine, yes.
You did not make or receive any calls after returning home that night.
No.
You were clear when you went to sleep in your prior testimony that you put both your work and your personal phone. You had two at the time, correct?
Yes.
A personal and a work cell phone, right?
Yes.
You put them both on your bedside table because that's what you do every night. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked whether or not you have a charging station, and you said, yeah, it's right on my bedside.
I don't know that I don't have a charging station.
Right, you said no, bedside. In other words, you keep your phone by your bedside, on your bedside table.
Usually.
You also testified that you did not use your phone that night to go on social media, correct?
That's correct.
You indicated that you don't go on, you didn't go on social media because you don't have social media. You don't use it that much.
I don't.
You said, I don't have the gram. I'm guessing that means Instagram, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't use Snapchat and you quote, don't do those things, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So you testified that the first call you received after returning home on the 29th was a call from Chief Berkowitz just before 7 a.m., which woke you up. Is that right?
It was around 6:30-ish, I think.
Okay. Your testimony previously was at some point before 7 a.m., that call was the one that woke you up.
Yes.
And it turns out, Mr. Higgins, that was a lie, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't a lie.
When you were asked that question at a previous hearing, you didn't know that the person questioning you had your phone records, did you?
I assume they did.
And you were thereafter confronted with those phone records, correct?
I was asked about them, yes.
And those phone records established that you and Brian Albert actually exchanged not one, but 2 phone calls at 2:22 a.m. that morning at a time when you claimed you were in bed asleep, correct?
I have no recollection of any phone calls.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Take a look at those 2 documents and tell me if you recognize at least the top one. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
These are, you know what, I'm gonna, if it's okay with the court, may the witness maintain those documents?
Sure.
Mr. Higgins, you see the document on the lower right. It has a page number or there's a numeric indicator 01770, in other words, 1770
On the lower right-hand corner?
in the right, I mean in the red. Take a look at the one that's marked with the QQ.
I see it.
You've seen that document before, correct?
I think I've seen it maybe on a screen, not in my hand.
That was these were the records that were shown to you at a prior hearing.
Yes,
And you acknowledge that at least the one marked QQ is a record of your calls, correct?
it has my name, my telephone number, correct?
And it indicates that on January 29th, 2022, at 2:22 and 35 seconds, you received a call from Brian Albert, duration of 1 second, correct?
Yes,
In other words, Brian Albert called you at 2:22 and 35 seconds, but it looks like you missed the call, correct?
I see the 1 second call, yes.
There's a second call just below that. On the same date at 2:22 and 52 seconds from you to Brian Albert. Do you see that one?
Yes,
And the duration of that call is 22 seconds, correct?
I see that, yes.
So 17 seconds after you missed a call, according to these records, from Brian Albert, you called him back, and there was a call lasting 22 seconds. Is that right?
That's what the records say.
May I approach?
Yes.
So the fact is, you were speaking to Brian Albert in the middle of the night, approximately 3 hours before Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in his yard, correct?
No, that's not correct.
And that was 5 minutes before 2:27 a.m. when there was a Google search for how long to die in the cold, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then, of course, you lied about that under oath in that prior proceeding by saying, I don't remember this phone call.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Okay,
Did
buddy.
you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You acknowledge that there's a 22-second phone call in your phone records, correct?
That's what's reflected by the record.
And 22 seconds is quite an amount of time. Would you agree?
It's 22 seconds.
As a matter of fact, it's about this long, with the court's permission.
The court does not give permission. That's argument, Mr. Jackson.
If we were to count off 22 seconds, it's an uncomfortably long time, is it not?
No,
It's long enough to have a conversation, isn't it?
I didn't have a conversation.
Is 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
No,
Whatever.
A human being can't have a conversation in 22 seconds?
sure they could. I don't think it's anything of substance.
Okay, so that's my question. Is it 22 seconds long enough to have a conversation?
I don't agree with it, no.
Now, when you were asked about this and you were shown these records, that prior hearing, you had an explanation for what that 22-second call may have been and what the prior call may have been, correct?
Yes.
What was your explanation?
Well, I used a phrase that people commonly used as a butt dial.
So you think it's possible that you may have butt dialed Brian Albert for a 22-second call that you're not aware of?
I think it's possible that he could have been inadvertently called back, but I have no recollection of that, nor did I have any conversation with anybody.
But you admitted that you lived alone, correct, Mr. Higgins?
That's correct.
You have an iPhone at the time.
Yes,
Matter of fact, that number for reflecting those records is in fact, or was in fact, an iPhone. Is that right?
yes,
You You already indicated under oath that you don't sleep with your iPhone. You keep it on your bedside table. Is that right?
Most often, yes.
There's nobody else in your room. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had your ringer on because you were awakened the next morning by a call from Chief Berkowitz, right?
Yes, the ringer was on.
When somebody calls you and you miss the call, there's a notification that shows up on that iPhone. Is that right?
I don't know how mine's set up at the time. I don't know.
If you open up your phone app and you go to recents, it shows all the missed calls, correct?
I think you can get to them, yes.
And you know that the iPhone does not automatically call people back. That is not a thing, right? You miss a call from someone, it's not just going to automatically re-ring them.
Yes, I think we both know that, yes.
So to call somebody back, you have to go on your iPhone, open it up from a locked position, navigate to a phone application, then navigate to a contact, and then make a call, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can break it down.
Sure. In order to call somebody back, if you've missed a call, you first have to unlock your iPhone.
You would have to, yes.
You can do that either through Face ID or through a 4 or 6 digit passcode, right?
Yes.
Don't tell me the code, but did you have a 4 or a 6 digit passcode locking your iPhone at the time?
I don't know if it was a digit code or Face ID.
Well, if you have a Face ID, you have to have a digit code as well, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you open your phone with your Face ID or a multi-digit code?
I have no recollection of answering the phone or calling anybody back.
You also have to navigate, once the phone is unlocked, you have to navigate to the phone app, correct?
I don't know necessarily if you unlocked it with your face, if it would be right there. I have never thought about it.
Once you unlock that phone app, you have to manipulate the phone on the screen with your finger in order to make a call, correct?
You would have to hit at least one button, I guess.
At least one, right?
Yes.
So that's 3 or 4 interactions with the phone that have to be physically undertaken to just make one call, right?
But I didn't make any calls.
So how'd you butt dial?
I didn't make any calls. I have no recollection of any calls, nor did I speak with anybody.
Wolfie never presses his lock button.
After you were
puts it in
shown
his
these
back
phone
pocket.
records
Tell
of
him
that
all the time, you're going to
prior
call
hearing,
somebody.
in that hearing at least, you finally admitted that you did in fact call Brian Albert back, but this time you claimed the two of you just sort of sat in silence. Isn't that right?
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain it in that form. You can ask it appropriately, Mr. Jackson.
Did you ever previously testify that you did in fact make the call, but you did not have a conversation during the course of the call?
What I think I testified was something must have happened, but I didn't have any phone call.
Do you remember being asked, quote, did you call him back, end quote, and you answered yes? And then there was a question.
There was a series of questions there. That's only a fragment of what I said.
I'm not done yet, Mr. Higgins. Can you answer my question?
Yes.
To the question, did you call him back? Your answer was yes, correct?
I think it was kind of I must have.
Then you were asked, well, the answer was yes. And then there was a colloquy back and forth where you spoke over each other's words, right?
It was dialogue back and forth about this whole thing, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
You see the pink highlighted question and the pink highlighted answer.
Yes.
What's the question? Please read it for me.
Did you call him back?
What's the answer?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
You then said a little bit further in that same conversation, I did not have a conversation, correct?
So many butt
I did not have a
dials.
conversation with anybody.
So many.
And the question following that was, you just listened to the phone, what someone was telling you? Answer, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call, end quote. That's what you said at the other hearing under oath, correct? Yes or no?
Can I see it?
Sure.
Thank you.
The bottom portion in pink. If you could read that answer to yourself, please. Does that refresh your recollection about how you answered that question?
Yes.
And your answer was, it's possible that the phone picked up on the other end and nobody said anything. And then I terminated the call. That's the only thing.
Meaning it's possible it could have happened.
It's possible it could have happened that you had a 22-second call with Brian Albert,
I
correct?
did not have a 22-second call with Brian Albert. There was no conversation.
You've had some time to think about this 2:22 a.m. call, correct? Since that last testimony.
Some time to think about it?
Yeah.
I haven't really thought about it, no.
So for over a year, you haven't even considered the fact that you were caught with a phone record lying about not having a conversation with Brian Albert at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Mr. Higgins, what was so important that you and Brian Albert needed to discuss something at 2:22 in the morning?
Oh,
There
that's
was no
true.
discussion. I never talked to Brian Albert.
Because that video was like at 1:30-ish
And why the 22-second phone call, sir?
in the
Objection.
morning.
Right. The times don't match up on Brian Albert's phone call. So
I
who
want to
was
talk
he
about what you
talking
did
to?
after you woke up on January 29th, 2022. That was obviously a memorable day in your mind, correct?
It was a sad day.
The very first person you spoke to after waking up was who?
Well, I believe I said I got the call from Chief Berkowitz.
That's not my question.
Say that again?
Who's the first person you spoke to on the phone that morning when you woke up?
Brian Albert.
Oh, they do best see morning wake up calls. How sweet is
Whose
that?
idea was it for you to drive to Brian Albert's house that morning?
It was my idea.
Was it important to you to speak with Brian Albert in person rather than over text or phone call?
No, it was important to support the people that were there.
So of course you drove over to his house, you had an opportunity to speak to him in person without any law enforcement presence, correct?
I was there with everybody, not just Brian Albert.
And Brian Albert was in the house and you were in the house, right?
That's correct.
So you had access to him and others without any law enforcement there. Is that right?
That's correct.
As soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert that morning, who did you call? At 7:22 a.m., if you
I
recall.
think I might have called Chief Berkowitz back.
So as soon as you got off the phone with Brian Albert, first thing in the morning, the next call you made was to Chief Berkowitz. Is that
Yeah,
right?
yes, because he had called me first. Yes, I called him back.
Did you request from Chief Berkowitz any information that he may have had concerning the investigation surrounding John O'Keefe being found at 34 Fairview that morning?
No,
Were you trying to see how much law enforcement knew right away?
absolutely. I didn't even know what happened.
Were you trying to gather information about what happened so that you would know what happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that
No,
what you were trying to do?
no, Your Honor.
It sounds like
What did
Some
Chief
dialing
Berkowitz
going
tell
on
you about his
in-
knowledge of
courtroom.
John O'Keefe's body being found
The other
just after
one?
6 a.m.?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe and you were at the crime scene the night before?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently.
Did you inform Chief Berkowitz that you had been with John O'Keefe the night before?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I believe I may have told him at some point that I saw John at the waterfall.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been at 34 Fairview?
I believe I did.
Did you tell
Okay,
him that your
and
vehicle
is
was
back.
parked just
They
feet
are
away
at
from where John's
sidebar.
body was discovered?
All right,
No,
I'm gonna
because I didn't know
pause
where he
this
was
so we
discovered.
don't miss this. So we're gonna see what happens because the fan has not been. Oh shit! That's not what I wanna do.
The fan isn't moving, but the camera is moving. Like it moves every now and then, and you can hear them dialing into the video.
Well, because they took the fan away when they were questioning them.
Oh
Did
no,
they?
it's been on the whole time.
Oh, I was under the impression that they took that away because
No.
they said no camera. So I just thought it was blacked out.
No, it's just
Okay.
been camera the whole time. I don't know if Beth knows that, but
Okay. All right.
because
Well,
I've had
then,
it playing on my phone, just watching it the whole time.
okay. Well,
And you
we'll
can
just
hear
go
them
back to Higgins.
You can hear them dialing in, but I don't think anything started yet.
Okay. Well, we'll just go back to Higgins then for now. How about that? Sound good, class? Okay.
Tell Chief Berkowitz that you and Brian Albert had a call at 2:22 in the morning.
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had been flirting with John O'Keefe's girlfriend in the weeks prior to his death?
No.
Did you ever tell Chief Berkowitz about the nature of your interest in Miss Reed?
No, I don't believe so.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had seen Mr. O'Keefe and Miss Reed the night before and that Miss Reed had ignored you?
Objection.
Sustain.
You indicated just a second ago that when I asked, did you tell Chief Berkowitz that your Jeep was parked just feet away from where
Court
John
should be
O'Keefe's-
back in like 4 minutes.
No idea where John O'Keefe's body was
Okay.
found, correct?
That's correct.
You had just spoken with Brian Albert.
It didn't take too
Right.
terribly long.
He said
The
in front of the
fan
house.
is moving,
All he
and
said
Brennan
was,
just went to the
John
podium.
O'Keefe was found in front of the house. He didn't say right outside on my front lawn.
I believe he said he was found out in front of his house unresponsive.
Okay. If he was out in front of his house, then you would know because your Jeep was also parked
Oh,
out in
it's
front of his
spinning.
house. Your Jeep would just be feet away from him, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you tell Chief Berkowitz that you had texted John O'Keefe to have him come over to 34 Fairview just hours before he was discovered dead in the yard?
No.
Did you think any of that was important when talking to the Chief of Police of the Canton Police Department?
I'll let him have it.
No, I didn't. There was no reason to tell him.
You've been an investigator for
they're
some
bringing the
15
jury
years,
in.
and you were a firefighter for years before that, correct?
Ooh,
Yes.
nice.
You're very familiar
Okay.
with some of the tools that are used in.
Well, let's just pause Mr. Higgins here. We're eventually going to finish this testimony. I don't know when, but I guess we'll finish it. And we'll just let them in here so we don't miss anything. Because I hope they say something. All right. Oh, I think that was your breathing. I was like, ooh, is
Oh,
that Beth? No, it's not.
No, it's Buffy's deep sigh. I often sound a lot like Bev.
Me too, girl. Me too.
My husband will be like, "What's wrong?" And I'll be like, "Oh no, I'm just breathing."
Bobby has done that before, or I'll have a look at my face and he's like, oh, what's wrong? And I was like, I'm just thinking. I don't know. I don't know what's happening with my face or my breathing right now.
Alessi, Brennan, Little, and Jackson are talking. That's the update.
Okay. Interesting.
Well, that's interesting. Alessi, Brennan. I just realized I said Brennan.
Oh, you did. I thought you
Alessi?
said little.
Well, Alessi, Brennan, Little, and Jackson are talking.
Oh, Lally wasn't invited to the huddle. Interesting.
Apparently, neither was Yannetti.
Interesting.
Interesting. I need the tea. Court officer
Me
asks
too.
the friends and family to keep movement in and out of the courtroom to a minimum. Oh, so they're getting. I wonder what happened. I need to know.
I don't know. We're so nosy. We need to know.
I am too nosy.
We need to know
for
what
this.
happened.
I need all the tea. Bev, I need to do an exclusive. I need to know. I won't tell anybody. There's only like. Here we go.
Oh.
That was not my deep sigh.
That was Beth's.
Somebody is moving the mic at the podium. You hear it in your ears.
God, I hope we don't have the whole paper into the microphone that we've had the last 2 days. It's
So
been
jurors, I still
excruciating.
have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent
I don't have to leave it up
research
that
or
far.
investigation into this case?
There we go.
And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr.
Till 1,
Brennan,
she
and we're
said.
taking witness out of order.
Good news, Buffy. Till 1, she said. No lunch till then. So you
I
can
had to
fill me
talk
in.
myself up for this all night.
Don't worry. Take good notes because you can fill me in when I get back with my appointment.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Ooh, Sue O says we've lost the juror. Oh. Ooh.
Oh. Which juror did we lose?
I don't know.
You solemnly swear the evidence you to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, Aizik. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, WOLF, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special
It's just
part
like he
of
runs
medicine
the
that you
morgue.
study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Wow.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a
Did
witness.
John
How
have
much
a
of your
brain
practice,
tumor?
how much percent of your
Otherwise-
income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually two separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a month, basically, with brain injuries.
Wow.
At shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital. Then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member or fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes.
And is that brain related?
It is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue acidosis in severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who are unconscious. The concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have
Yeah, let
enough
me move.
oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one
There we
more.
go.
And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
Funny.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you author of a book chapter, imaging of craniocerebral trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in emergency room assessment of the head injury patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, intracranial injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
Was the
I'd like to
romance
ask you just
true?
about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment.
Were
Oh,
you an author of a journal article, Intracranial
Interesting.
Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author
he's
of
like, yeah, I wrote a bunch of shit.
the
Okay,
journal
a big deal.
Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
Is he just doing this to be like, look, we got a
And
real
separate presentation,
expert this
fractures
time,
of the
guys.
clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Have you ever noticed sometimes,
You
I don't know
have
if you believe in
peer-reviewed
aliens or not, but
publications.
sometimes people look like
Yes.
they could be
That
aliens.
was one of them.
Thank you. And are you
Okay.
heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that.
Like the little
If
aliens
that's
that were
what
in the
you're
head.
asking me.
Yes.
Yes. That's exactly.
So, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a
It's
characterization?
basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So
Okay.
the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity.
A little
The
bit.
skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back. At the beginning, you said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes. I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Could we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or a ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We may request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to
Thank you.
Okay, what do you guys think of Dr. Wolf? I just like him. I don't.
You
do like
just like him or dislike him?
I do like him. Yes, I don't know, but that's because I'm weird and I'm like listening to everything he says because I find the brain and brain surgery like very interesting and fascinating. So like I should say I like how he's delivering the information on what is something that's very hard to understand. So I do enjoy him for that. I don't know how this is going to help the
He
prosecution.
just said that it would not be caused by a ridge-like object. And that helps the prosecution because he's saying that it wasn't hit in the back of the head by like an edge of a table or a board or something like that. That's what I'm getting from his testimony and why they're objecting right now. It's because the defense is trying to say that happened like because of a fight.
That's true. That's true. But I did like how he explained. So that's why what this doctor is saying is why John had the blackened bruised eyes is because the force of the brain against the eyeballs exploded and caused the black eyes, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that is what he was saying.
I thought that maybe that's not common knowledge, but I figured that most people knew that usually when you have a head injury, you get those black eyes.
Exactly, Lady in Gray. Comment on X. He seems really arrogant, which tells me I probably want him to do brain surgery if I need brain surgery. I mean, this is a very accomplished guy here. I can't believe he's still doing brain surgeries. That's impressive for one.
I just disagree that the only way he got that gash was the only way. He's like, it came from a hard ground. I feel like there's a lot of ways you can get, not necessarily just a hard ground, but he could have hit that on the pavement. Could have been on a table. It could have been on the back of, could have been the SUV hitting him on the head. You know what I mean? Like,
true.
There's a lot of ways things like that could happen.
Hi, Sankoda.
It's a party this morning.
It's a party. Everybody's here today, except for Bobby B. Where'd Bobby B go? I haven't seen him at all in a couple days. I hope he's
as we were
doing
discussing,
all right.
Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes. I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery.
He just said you could fall on your own by being drunk and it's happening.
It happens when,
by the way,
people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
He just said yes.
You had taken us through the process of falling
Brennan.
backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury.
Oh.
So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped. And it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
It's, this is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs, and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell you. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14?
Interesting.
Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin.
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something, or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they pass is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
But he could be unconscious.
Right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor. Sure. Thank you.
Oh, Alessia, I'm going to need you to hurry. I got an appointment in 15 minutes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh.
And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
Oh.
Patients and what type of work, just in a typical day? What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the deceit.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last
I'm
word.
sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the deceit in this
Okay.
matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolf,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor?
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, citizens, your fault. Alessi, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Good morning, City Dispatcher. You get here, things are ruckus. We'll send him the memo, Felix.
You know they're totally watching our channel.
Of course.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Put your questions
Dr.
in the
Wolf.
chat.
Pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
See, clearly they're listening to this because I said, Alessi,
No, thank you.
make this quick because I have an appointment in 10 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Interesting. That was very, very interesting stuff there. I don't know if it really helps the prosecution, though.
I mean, he pretty much said it could happen from a fall if they were listening.
May we have a moment to
Yeah.
inquire of our next witness?
Sure.
Not necessarily from a car accident, and they still haven't
Feel free
proved
to
a
stand up
collision.
and stretch.
No, and he's 6 foot tall, right? So, because he did say it depended on like the speed and gravity, right? He's a 6'1", 6'2", I think they said John was. So, I believe how gravity works is that you're going to fall harder the taller you are.
I don't know. I feel like I would have asked a few more questions though. I was like, just to make it clear, this could happen from a fall anywhere.
That's true. To ask more clarifying questions, but that's basically what this guy said. He didn't even say like, oh, it can only be that force if you're hit by a car. He straight up said you can be drunk and walking and fall down and this would happen, which, you know what, maybe that's exactly what happened here. maybe he got out of the car and he fell down. And of course she didn't see him because she drives an SUV. It's not like she would see a body laying there. Maybe sometimes the simplest
So,
answer is the answer.
Jurors, you may realize that
Simple
that went quicker than
explanation.
we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we had to take? So we'll take a 15 or 20-minute break.
All right, for the court,
Oh,
please. Jurors,
awesome.
Or it's just a 15, 20-minute break. So apparently they don't listen to us. We've been fooled. There we go. We'll switch to that banner.
You spoke
for
too
you.
soon.
And I took myself off the stage. Oops.
I don't know that I really have a whole lot to talk about because that seemed pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
Like there wasn't even much to discuss here.
I mean, I found him very credible. He knows his stuff. And I know people call him, arrogant and things like that, but like he knows he's earned it. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, I did like that he kind of said, hey, you work on like live brains, not dead brains. So
that's true. Gosh, we learned that John most likely was probably unconscious, but would not have died even within 15 minutes of this happening. But most likely he wouldn't be able to do many functions like moving or calling 911. Is basically what this wolf just told us. Why are they panning? Oh, what's happening?
Who are we watching?
I don't know. Maybe they're just talking. Look at that security guard.
We can always watch the rest of Higgins. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do whatever you want. I have to get off here because I do have an appointment, but I will be back at 1:00 Eastern, which is probably when they're going to go to lunch. Don't worry, Buffy is going to keep you in good hands. Ames, if you want to pull up, it should be the Brian Higgins we just watched this morning. It's on your account. So where it says we left off for part 2, that's where we left off. Okay. So see, he couldn't really say if he could scream or cry for help or if he was conscious, but it did seem like most likely would be unconscious. I don't know if he could scream or not. Maybe.
I wouldn't
Moving,
think so.
probably not so much.
The Buffy show. They are getting creative. No,
I think that witness actually helped both.
They were good for both. They were good for both. That's the way I see it. This seemed like a point in each column because.
Agreed there. I mean, I've been waiting for somebody to say how long he could have been alive for,
We haven't, they still need to prove a collision happened.
True.
We haven't gotten there yet. They have not proven or shown that a car hit him.
As far as I'm aware, no. The only evidence we have is the taillights, which we all know was not collected appropriately at all, many of the times. So for me, I have to rule out all the taillight pieces because there weren't pictures taken of most of them. There weren't other people just besides just Buchanan or just Proctor. I can't really, and they didn't all fit together. I have questions about that taillight. Buffy's bash. That's right. Buffy's bash.
Y'all are silly. Y'all are silly.
Right. Buffy said, honestly, if I had a brain surgeon, I would like them to be cocky and arrogant and well versed in what they do. Yeah. I mean,
I don't disagree.
This guy has the credentials. So, but I don't even feel like he was too much. You could tell that he was a teacher too. by the way that he talked.
Oh, some doctors really just love to teach, though. There are some doctors that will
That's
just
true.
be like, "Oh, you want to know?" And I will talk your ear off.
I mean, sure, he said a bunch of brain parts that I don't know what any of that means. I do, but I don't. But I thought he was a good witness. Like, there's only been a handful, like literally maybe 4 or 5 that's testified so far. That I'm like, okay, I
Yeah,
trust what you have to say.
I don't think they were arguing over the bruising in the eyes. I think it was because, yeah, head injuries can cause bruising. I think it was the goose egg that the swelling over the eye that they were trying to really point out that was not from the back of the head. That was something being hit in the front of the head or in the face.
No, it looks like, you know what, Ames, before I go, I'm just going to go ahead and take down my feed since I won't know when they come back. You want me to just do that for now? Or actually, I'll just take mine down from the stage like that, but I won't be able to come back and press that. Got it? Thumbs up? Okay. All right, ladies. You're going to control everybody. Make sure we take good care of Buffy.
Oh,
right? Be kind. Just
I'm
kidding.
not very good as a one-man show. I'm just telling you.
All right. So Chad, that means you talk a lot. So she feels like she's talking to somebody. Okay. And she's doing me a solid favor here today. All right. I will be back in 1 hour. Okay. All right. Bye.
Yeah. Not very good as a one-man entertainment system. And I am very large. But no. I don't juggle. I juggle children. Okay. So I understood what they were trying to get across when it came to the bruising and stuff. I mean, I guess I just kind of knew that the back of the head when, like, you see it with like babies, like you ever seen like the shaken baby syndrome? They get the coup de coup from the front to the back of the head where they get the bruising around the eyes. So, I mean, that makes sense to me. It was like I said, the swelling in the goose egg that I think they were trying to parse a little bit. But did they differentiate that? I forgot I can push things on the chat. So, right. But did they differentiate that the frontal lobe injury was not at the same time as the back of the head? I don't think the defense really said or asked a whole lot of stuff. I feel like he could have, unless he could have done more. And I'm not sure why he didn't ask more questions, but I think I don't know. No, it's not. It's not. It's not a great time to attempt to learn, not with a live audience. The brain being shaken with force. Yeah, that's what causes the bruising. At least that's what I understood. Elbow feet has to behave. I will tell on you. She's gonna be so mad. Buffy, no, actually juggle children. No, not literal juggling children. I just mean getting them to where they're supposed to go. Not the floor. The floor. He should have pointed out the floor. I'm going to text him right now and let him know that you asked for a floor. The floor. I think Alessi didn't ask more because the expert said the injury could happen from a fall backwards. He said nothing about the car hitting him. I would have liked if Alessi asked him about being paid. Well, I mean, because they are certainly going to bring that up with ARCA, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah. I think they could have differentiated a whole lot more. I think he could have asked a lot more questions. I'm actually kind of shocked he didn't. He usually comes in with like the knowledge because he's pretty smart. And it kind of does sound like he knows like his stuff. Like he actually does a lot of like he actually researches what these people go on the stand and talk about, right? So I'm kind of surprised. I mean, he was kind of impressive with some of the vocabulary he pulled with the medical examiner. So I feel like I would have liked to have seen her, but they do tell attorneys not to get too into the expertise with the experts because that can make you look kind of like you don't know what you're talking about. So he might have been not trying to get too into the specifics of it so that he didn't get made to look like he doesn't know what he's talking about. If you know what I mean. The doctor reminds me of a gothic person. He fails into probably. Oh Lord. Could it have happened being shoved into a concrete wall, like in a basement? It sounds like he was saying the gravity is what caused the skull fracture, the speed at which he hit the floor or the ground, the frozen ground. So I don't know. I guess that could be forced if you're being pushed against a wall too. That's a good question. So you know what? You should just write these questions down and send them to Alessi and prepare, like have him ask these questions. Like, why didn't you ask this? Those are very good questions. Y'all have very good questions. Something I didn't even think about. The blunt force trauma could have been added after the fact he was knocked out. Yeah. I mean, very good things. I would have been interesting to ask some of these questions. I do agree because if they want to say it happened in the house, then all of the things that that he testified to can also be applied to had he fallen in the house or gotten hurt in the house. So you can't like pick it apart too much because you want it to work for you too. So I agree with that. So do y'all want to cover the rest of Brian Higgins while we're waiting? Because I don't think they gave me a whole lot to talk about this morning. Because I think he was really, he's very straightforward. I mean, I could sit here and speculate all day on what happened with the jurors, but we did that before. I mean, they're all back. So, and apparently just those two are split up. So it was the giggling jurors. So I know the people, the things I've been reading is that there's like two, and it's like a male and a female, and they kind of like giggle and kind of flirt, and they're playing like they're touchy-feely and stuff. And so maybe it was becoming distracting, and they decided to make them switch seats. So because we didn't lose anybody, which is surprising for being this far into trial, day 20, and we haven't lost anybody. But I think we can finally finish this guy up if y'all want to. I mean, we've been working on it for 3 days. Let me know what y'all want to do, guys. Or y'all just want to entertain me? Yeah, okay. Well, then let's let it play.
Investigations, correct?
Yes.
you'd agree that searching electronic devices and phones is an incredibly important investigative tool that modern investigators use, correct?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain it.
Are you aware that searching electronic devices is an important part of investigations?
Objection.
Are you aware of that, sir? Do you agree with that?
I've utilized phone data during the course of my investigations at times, yes.
Okay, so another way to put that is obviously phone data and electronic data is an important part of investigations. Right?
Objection.
Sustain.
What time do you believe you got to Brian Albert's house that morning when after you received the phone calls and woke up? What time did you make your way back over to Brian Albert's house?
Maybe around 7:15 in that area.
Was there any law enforcement presence there when you arrived?
I can't recall specifically. There could have been one police car. I'm not positive.
Did any officer ever ask you to take a look at your vehicle?
At what time?
That time. But actually at any time.
No, to my knowledge, nobody from law enforcement associated with the investigation had ever asked to take a look at my vehicle.
So they certainly didn't ask that day, correct? On the 20.
What I'm saying is, to my knowledge, nobody has ever asked me that.
Right. So that's my point. I'm just trying to break it down.
You want to tell me every instance when somebody could have asked me?
Correct.
Okay.
On the 29th, where you asked whether or not your vehicle could be searched.
Searched or inspected? What do you mean?
Either one.
Well, I would consider a search the inside of the vehicle more so than the outside. I would consider the outside more of an inspection. I would have been happy to show them it.
I'm sure you would have. I'm asking, did they ask?
No.
They didn't have to search it. They didn't have to inspect it.
No.
When you met with troopers, who was it that you met with on the 3rd of February?
Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchanan.
Did either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan ask to inspect your vehicle, otherwise search it?
Not to my recollection.
And to this day, nobody from Massachusetts State Police has ever indicated that they want to inspect your vehicle.
No.
When you entered the house that morning, Brian Albert was there, Nicole Albert, Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, Brian Albert Jr., and Julie Albert were all there. I'm sorry, had Julie Albert gotten there yet?
She came after me.
Okay, so at some point, all the people that I just ticked off, they were all inside the house.
Brian Albert Jr., Nicole, Brian, Matt, and Jen.
You all discussed the incident together, correct?
I wouldn't describe it that way, no.
Did each of you discuss your own perspectives about what had happened the night before in the early morning hours?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
People were in shock at the table trying to figure out what happened. The math didn't make sense. John and the defendant never showed up. People were in shock.
Trying to figure out what to say, right?
No.
And you were all talking within earshot of each other, right?
We were all there in the kitchen talking together.
At this meeting, and these were friends and family, correct?
Excuse me?
These were friends and family amongst themselves, and you being a friend. These are friends and family inside that house discussing this incident, correct?
Yes.
So at this meeting, you actually instructed Jennifer McCabe to call Canton PD and ask someone to come back.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form, you can ask it differently.
At some point, did an officer come back to re-interview Jen McCabe?
Yes.
Jen McCabe had told you that she had information about something that Ms. Reed had said, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did she tell you that morning?
She didn't specifically tell me anything. She made a statement at the table to the group of people and she clearly seemed like she was in shock. She was upset. And she made a statement, something to the effect that Karen had opined that she had hit John.
What she actually said was, I hope I didn't hit him, correct?
Objection.
It's not what I heard. No.
That'll stand.
Who did you ever tell this to?
I've reported that.
That she said, I hit him?
Yes, I've reported it.
What you reported was Karen said, I hope I didn't hit him. And you said, oh, you need to tell Canton PD that. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think that's what I said. No.
You're as sure about that as you are about that 222 call, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Higgins, what time did you leave Brian Albert's house?
It would have been, I believe, when Sergeant Lank arrived, and I think Lieutenant Gallagher might have been with him.
You weren't scheduled to work that Saturday, correct?
No,
Matter of fact, you weren't on duty at all.
no, I wasn't.
But you didn't go home and get some sleep or run errands. You went directly to Canton PD from 34 Fairview yet again, didn't you?
Who could sleep after somebody just was discovered like that?
Did you go home or did you?
I don't believe I did, no. I believe there might have been a stop at Canton PD before I went home.
As a matter of fact, you didn't just stop at Canton PD. You spent the entire day at Canton PD on the 29th, didn't you?
I don't know that I spent the entire day there, no.
Well, you've got a key card, right?
I do have a key card.
And that key card logs swipes.
That's correct.
So it logs where you go, access to, and access inside the
Yes.
Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
When you got to Canton PD, and you're telling this jury, you don't know how long you spent there.
I don't know how long I spent there. I don't know if I left and I came back. I don't recall.
So if the records indicate that you were there from 9 a.m.-ish, after 5,
I don't know how the records would indicate that.
I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Brian Albert?
I don't remember.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak again to Chief Berkowitz?
Most likely.
While you were at Canton PD, did you speak with Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert?
I don't believe so.
Let's see if you recognize. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
It's a 167-page document. Just take a glance through it. Obviously, don't read the whole thing. Just glance through it and tell me if you recognize what that is.
So it says Canton Police, all events logged by day.
So don't read it out loud, please.
I'm sorry,
Just,
no.
do you recognize
Yes, I do.
it?
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
This appears to be a log of key swipes in and around Canton PD, correct?
Yes.
And it's in reverse chronological order, in other words.
I didn't note that, but okay.
Okay. You acknowledge that that is a record of the key swipes that everybody uses moving in and around Canton PD, going through doors, every place that needs a key swipe is logged.
I would assume that's what that is, yes.
All right. It shows that you entered Canton PD for the first time on the 29th at 1:27 a.m. Does that sound about right? When you got there, you say to move your cars.
It's possible.
All right. It shows that you were granted access to floor corridor 227. Does that mean anything to you?
No.
What about floor corridor 226 on the second floor?
Second floor would make sense because I went in the building and then to the second floor.
By the way, did Brian Albert ever mention what time the officers cleared the scene?
No.
Without telling me the substance of the conversation, did he tell you when he talked to you at 7:20 or?
Not that I recall, no.
But you remember by the time you got there, the scene had basically been cleared. There wasn't a much of emergency vehicles, crime scene tape, nothing like that.
I didn't see fire trucks. I might have saw a cruiser. I can't be sure. I don't recall.
But you're not sure about that either.
Sorry, I'm
Not
not
sure about even seeing a cruiser, correct?
not 100%, no.
Certainly we're not contacted by a law enforcement officer who took your name and ID or anything like that.
No.
Parked and walked in the house.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach one more time?
Yes.
Same thing. Mr. Higgins, if you will, I'm sorry, are we ready? Thank you. May I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Higgins, if you'll look at Bates page 3015, which actually is in order, that's not reverse chronological, it's the second to the last page. Can you take a look at the 8th entry from the bottom?
I see it.
Does that indicate that this all occurred on 1/29/22? this entry at least?
Well, I mean, I only, on that 8th entry, I see that that's associated with my name. I don't know what the other ones are associated with.
Right. It would be other individuals in Canton PD. I mean, this is the entire log for 129, right?
Okay, but what all I'm saying is that just my name is next to that. I don't see any other names, so.
Right.
Okay.
So on 129, 2022, I'm just trying to orient you. At 127 and 52 seconds.
I see it.
Access granted, Brian Higgins, rear entry to secure corridor, rear entry to secure corridor, correct?
Yes.
All right, so that appears to be what the log entry or the key swipe entry looks like when it's logged, correct?
Yes.
If you look at page 2967, I'm sorry, I said it backwards, 2976.
Okay.
Take a look at.
You said
time.
2976?
That's Bates page 2976. That's the bottom right-hand.
I see it, yes.
Look at the time entry for 9:23 and 39 seconds.
923 and what?
39.
And that's on 2976?
Should be.
Give me the time again, please.
Why don't we do it this way? May I approach?
Yes.
This is an exact copy.
Yeah, this time's all over the place. My apologies.
That's
Okay.
fine.
All right. Thank you.
At 9:23:39, I'm sorry, if you got that in mind.
I do. I see it. It's highlighted.
At 9:23:39, that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port to front exit, front entry to Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
There's only one Sally Port at Canton PD, correct?
Yes. And there's a door on each side of the Sally Port.
Two
Yes.
bay doors, right?
2 bay doors on each side.
And
Yes.
then there's a
Pass through.
personal pass-through door as well.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to try to speed this up just a bit because it's small print, reverse chronological order. On page 2976, there's also an entry, same page, should be right above that, 92350, showing that you were granted access from booking to Sally Port as well, correct?
Okay. 2976. And what was the time?
Page,
Yes.
it's about maybe 6 entries above, 6 entries up. You'll look for time 9:23 and 50 seconds.
I see. Yes.
All right, and that shows that you were granted access to the Sally Port and then from Sally Port to booking, correct?
Says booking to Sally Port to booking.
Okay, so that's a key swipe. You either entering into the Sally Port from booking or from booking into the Sally.
Yes.
Could you repeat the question? Of course, of course. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
That indicate, I have no idea what the last question was. I'll see if I can make a new one up. At 9:23 and 50 seconds in the morning, you were granted access booking to Sally Port and Sally Port to booking, meaning swiped the key card in the door going from booking to Sally Port.
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to belabor this because we could get bogged down into it all day long. Would you have any quarrel if those logs indicated that you were moving in and around Canton PD at 9:28, 9:53, 9:53, 9:54, 9:54, 11:40, et cetera? We can look at every one of them if you want to.
Well,
That doesn't refresh your recollection.
it would not be uncommon for me to move around Canton PD at various times or dates,
Right.
middle of the night, during the day. But just because I swiped in somewhere and then you have a swipe at the end of the day doesn't mean I was there the whole day. I could have left, I could have come back, and I truly don't have a recollection, but I'm pretty sure I wasn't there all day.
Fair enough. If we moved from 11:40 to 11:44, 11:45, 11:47, 11:51, 11:52, and then jump to 2:05, would that be an explanation where you might have gone out for lunch, 11:52?
Could have.
Okay, come back. If
Yes.
there's a 2:05 and 56 entry, then obviously you're there, right?
If the card was swiped, I was there.
I mean, you're not giving that card to anybody else.
No, I'm not.
No way, right? Let's just look at 2905, because I want you to be comfortable. Page 2905, and let's look at that 205 and 56 entry.
I'm at 2905. Where would you like me to look?
About right there. Basically middle of the page. May I approach? Yes. This might be a little easier. Highlight it for you.
I see it.
Okay. So that would indicate that you were back at Canton PD at least 205:56, and you were granted access Sally Port to front door, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. At 3:10 p.m., you called Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, correct?
I don't know. It's possible.
Okay.
I mean, I don't remember every phone call I made that day.
Understood. Do you remember talking to Kevin Albert?
I don't.
So you don't remember what you discussed with him?
No.
Do you remember that it was a 12-minute phone call?
No, I don't remember having any phone call, but I'm sure it's possible that we spoke.
Do you remember Kevin Albert providing you any information
Thank
about the
you,
ongoing investigation
James.
into John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Did you ask him about additional information concerning John O'Keefe's death?
No.
Were you providing details back to Brian Albert that you were receiving while at Canton PD?
Absolutely not, no.
Do you recall that 2 minutes after you cleared the call with Kevin Albert, you then called Brian Albert?
It's possible.
So I think the question was, do you remember? Do you remember that?
Your Honor, there was a lot of phone calls made that day. It was an upsetting day. I spoke to multiple people at multiple times. I don't have a recollection. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to close this loop, that appears to be your phone record, correct?
Yes.
And it appears that you made a call at 3:10 for 12 minutes with Kevin Albert.
It looks like we're back.
And then I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice up. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, Lally.
And ma'am, if you could, just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And they're going to compete for the most boring testimony of the day. Like
Given the break, if we
Lally
could,
or
if I could
Hanley.
just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel? All right, thank you.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy. Yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call both the seat to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, come up, seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 712 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 712 and item 3-2.
Marilyn Combo, the seat introduced and admitted as the next exhibit, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Oh. Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with the physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other 2 items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 198.
I think we're stuck, maybe not.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again-
the two screens don't match.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle.
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce the minutes.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
So 7-18.18 was debris that was collected from two pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by
Thank you,
Maureen
Kelly.
Hartnett. And the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You could review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hammond, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to come up to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection. Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
I'm back.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from
Welcome
item
back.
3-1, the taillight housing plastic,
Thank you.
to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is a Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative
Hi, Kelly.
analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass.
woo-woos.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally?
Entirely up to the court. I could probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
Oh, come on. Just let Lally have a few minutes, and that way the defense can prep during lunch. Come on, Bev. Come on. Oh, you guys are gonna have to catch me up on what I missed. I don't know if I even missed anything. I see she was still listing off stuff that she uses, tools, I suppose. Oh, you guys are talking about lunch? Ooh.
Earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour. So I know we'll take an hour. Okay, we'll see you back here. So
We're gonna take an hour.
All right, to the court,
lunch break.
please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
When she told you guys can't see. You're ridiculous, Ames. Yeah, she told them earlier when we started that it was gonna be a short lunch, no morning break. We're gonna do short breaks, short afternoon break, short lunch. And here we are, we got a morning break and now we're getting a long lunch. So awesome, super neat. Thank you, Beth. Thank you for that. It's cool. It's not like we don't have, court Friday or Monday or half a Thursday. Oh my goodness. All right, so court is not going to resume for another hour. Cool. I see y'all are talking about, oh, you're fine, Buff. Take your time. Thank you for holding down the fort. Everybody give Buffy a round of applause. I'm sure she did a fantastic job covering for me. I really appreciate it. Gosh, for lunch, I have leftover Skyline chili from last night, but I'm going to wait to eat that when court comes back. Or maybe I'll save it for later. I don't know. I still have my chips and gummy bears that I haven't gotten into yet today. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Oh, more pork marinating and pineapple and sake. That sounds... Oh, soya, not sake. Good. She did a great job. I love that. You'll get used to it, babe. You'll get used to it. Right, Sam? She promised us a short lunch. Oh, look, my hair's disappearing again. And I literally have not moved. And I sat here and took my appointment the whole time. Oh, of course you had fried chicken. Of course you did. Was it Chick-fil-A? That's Annie's favorite. That is Annie's favorite. So how are you guys feeling about, this witness? She's incredible, you guys. What is happening with that? I could see that they took some pieces of the glass and numbered them and match it together, but I don't really know what any of that means. I just saw it while I was talking. Let's see. Oh, it wasn't Chick-fil-A. Oh, I'm sorry, babes. Oh, look at that, Sankoda. Thank you. It says Buffy and Llama is doing a good job. Hit that like button. Yes, if you guys are new watching us today, hit that like button, subscribe, and hit the notification bell because we do have other shows besides Couch Court with Llama, which, by the way, I'm Llama, in case you guys just came in while I had to take a short break. But we do Couch Court with Llama every morning at 8:30 for the Karen retrial. We will be live when they don't have court Friday and Monday. I just don't know exactly what we'll be doing and what time Friday and Monday. So that's another reason to subscribe to our channel, because we will post in the post community section what our plans are. So definitely make sure you're subscribed. I also do Couch Court After Dark. And that's where I'm doing recaps of the Sean Diddy Combs trial, which is, you guys, even if you don't want to hear all the stuff that's happened, I'm going to do my own horn, but what I had to read yesterday, it's worth listening to, you guys. It's, oh my gosh. It's crazy. I'm not going to do spoilers. Just know there might be some inside jokes you may not get unless you watch it. It's something else indeed. And then we usually have True Crime and Wine Time on Thursdays, but not this week because our lovely Terry True Crime is doing jury duty this week. That's right. She got picked for jury duty, which I'm so jealous. And she did say as soon as it's over, we're going to do an exclusive interview for all of you. So we may be doing that Monday. But again, it depends, obviously, whether or not her case is over or not. We have Midday Missing, which is also Terry's other show, but none of that is going on this week. Oh, look who's back. Hey, Bob. I think you're muted, Bibs.
Yeah, I just realized that. Sorry. My kid just decided to arise from her dungeon while I was out there, and of course wanted to fill me in on her grades. And then there was like,
oh, lovely.
I gotta go back.
Well, don't worry, because we're here for an hour.
I'll talk slower than the witness.
Oh, wow. Is that possible?
No.
No.
Y'all will have to reduce the speed to 0.25. You can do that in the corner, and it'll be like, whoa, it'd probably still be faster than her.
It is very slow, right? Like,
it's not her. I mean, she is very slow. And I was wondering if they were competing to see who could be slower. Because it's like watching two sloths have a conversation.
So true. Oh, that's so true.
Do you remember that show, Zootopia?
Okay.
So,
yes,
where the DMV sloth is like putting stuff into the computer, and she's like, whoa. And it just, that's like reminded me of, okay, so there we go.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, that was, and even as slow as they were going, I still couldn't understand because Lally's speaking in like more in code as he's trying to get her to compare the items, and instead of calling them where they're from. So he's like 3-2 and 7-12. So do those pieces, and then they say where they come from, but then when he refers back to them, he's just referring to them as their item numbers and not as their, as the pieces where they were found. So the item on the bumper fits the item on the which would have clarified a whole lot, or at least made it a little easy to understand. So as I'm taking notes, I'm like, he keeps like 7-17, 7-14 fits this. And I'm like, bro, can you just say the pieces from this place match the pieces from that place? Because I'm having to do a lot of referring and I am lost the plot.
Yeah.
So
I think they were doing that with the other DNA guys that were on the other day.
And
I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Be what they have to do to talk about I don't know if that's just like etiquette, but it would have really made this easier to understand if you just said the piece from the bumper matches the piece or that fit together. It doesn't fit together.
I feel like they could at least add that, call it the number, and then especially when we have evidence that's been collected all different days by all different people in all different locations. I don't think the jury's probably picked up what they're talking about either. They're just like, okay.
Yeah, because if you're just because I'm like writing 7-2 and 7-12 fit. I don't remember where they came from because I didn't write that part down. And they fit to make a partial of the cup. So it's like these pieces from 3-12 were just like little pieces, and they put them together, and then they put them and they matched to make a broken cup. And then there were 5 pieces of clear glass from the bumper and clear piece of glass from the road that they only found 1 piece of. And then there was 5 little tiny pieces. And then they compared all the pieces, and 6 of the 9 pieces from 7-12 to 3-2. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is where I'm at. Fit. So 6 of the 9 pieces of that fit. There were 3 remaining pieces that did not match.
Like didn't match to make it an object, or like
They
weren't
didn't
even
match
the
to the
same?
glass. Yeah, it didn't
Okay.
match.
Separate glass object. Okay.
Yeah. And then there was the debris, which is what you came in on.
Okay.
When
Oh
you
wow. It
saw
took
the
you guys that long?
Mhm.
Glass? Oh no.
It was, that's what I said. For like I said in like 2 minutes, took her 3 minutes to say. Oh, like 30 minutes to
Okay.
say it. Like it took her like, that's why I said you have to put me on 0.25 speed to make it go as long as what she took on the screen. Yeah. That's basically,
Okay.
and she was on the stand for like half an hour. So
wow.
it like took her forever just to get through that. So yeah, they found taillight and plastic pieces. And then in the orange shirt and the gray t-shirt contained debris. The debris consisted of clear pieces of plastic, red pieces of plastic, and trace material. And then that's
okay.
what they
But where
showed.
did the debris come from? Like I don't.
Well, they're saying, the trace debris or
Yeah.
the plastic.
The plastic taillights that apparently were like on his clothes, because like where did okay, because they cut his clothes off of him.
Yes, I guess they're saying
So-
that the plastic pieces were from being hit by the car. I guess that's the illusion. Is look, he got hit by this car. There's pieces of taillight in here. So,
in his clothes, that doesn't really matter much to me.
but
'Cause we know how the clothes were handled. So
well, that's what I was gonna say. But we also know the clothes were taken off of him, thrown on the floor, like also laid out to dry for days. Just
what are
open.
these? Were these like tiny microscopic?
Little tiny pieces.
But no
Like
big pieces. No big pieces attached to his body or anything. Okay.
I think the biggest piece she found was 1/16 of an inch. I believe that's what she said.
I feel like there would be a bigger piece stuck in him.
You
but
could
that's just my
always
opinion.
rewind and go through that testimony
God, no.
again on
No,
2.5 speed.
No, not gonna do it. No. Mm-mm.
And see what you missed. But yeah, she that's basically, there were 3 remaining pieces of the 9 pieces that she compared. She said she compared all pieces of 3.2, 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14. 6 of the 9 pieces of 7-12 and 3-2 fit. 3 remaining pieces did not match. That's what I have written down.
Right? The whole investigation show you. I mean, yeah, like we can't rely on how the evidence was collected or stored. Because remember, there's no logs until they get to the crime lab. Ugh, I don't measure math. I don't measure math either, Kelly. Consistent polycarbonate doesn't shatter into tiny pieces like that, which is why they use them in head and taillights. Yeah, that's what a lot of people have been saying, is that they keep calling this plastic. Okay, but this is polycarbonate, which is much sturdier for
They use it in
reasonable
glasses.
reason. Yeah.
Or they use it as your glasses because it's not glass anymore, because you can hit it and hear it's plastic. So it doesn't shatter and go into your eyeball if you like get hit in the face.
Yeah.
That's why we don't use glass anymore. It's why they don't use, they use that kind of
what we need is a polycarbonate expert, but I feel like that would be the most boring freaking testimony.
I mean,
ever.
technically, you're right. It is plastic, Shunka, but it is a type of plastic that is made a certain way
Durable.
for us. Yeah.
Which again, it makes sense. And I don't know, maybe we'll get somebody.
It's not like your plastic water bottle or like your, you know what I'm saying? It's a sturdier plastic.
Okay, so the prosecution is trying so hard to seem relevant.
They are doing a great job of presenting the things that sound great for them. Like, oh, look, there's red taillight in the okay, but remember, how did it get there? What like?
So it was on his orange shirt because he's wearing
It says
hoodie
gray
with a-
shirt. On
Oh,
the
okay.
gray shirt, the gray sweatshirt
okay.
is
My
what I
misunderstanding.
have it written down.
Oh, okay.
So
I was like, how
gray
would it be
shirt
in between that?
contained debris. She says 7-17 or 17,
Sure.
and then 18. 17 is the orange shirt. 18 was the gray shirt. The gray shirt contained debris, and the debris included clear pieces of plastic, red plastic, and trace material.
But barely big enough. Multiple places in that shirt had holes that matched his abrasions on his arm, and they only found tiny microscopic pieces.
Yeah.
Seems suspicious to me. Oh my goodness.
Very strange. I mean, unless it exploded. Also, if I'm just finding it hard to believe that the actual light bulb, those are made of glass, right? Those are made of actual glass. The bulb.
I think so.
Why didn't that to me, if it would have broken the plastic covering, it should have also broken the glass bulb.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I would think, but I don't know. Because nobody wants to explain anything to anybody very clearly.
But
again,
her
the thing
light
I
was
can't.
still lit up after.
Yeah, the light was still, yeah.
So the glass bulb did not break. So that remaining piece of glass that doesn't match the other glass did not come from the bulb, obviously.
Yeah. And again, the glass that they found on the bumper was literally just sitting there. And that's the kind that doesn't match the bar glass, correct?
3-3 are the 5 pieces of clear glass from the bumper.
Okay. That did not match up with the
7-14 are the clear pieces of glass from the road. It was 1 piece. And 3-3 was little tiny piece. It was tiny pieces. That's what I have written. Like I was trying to write fast and keep up and listen and.
Well, I appreciate you and all your notes.
But I wanted to write notes that I would understand if I read it back later. So I was trying to be. I was like, I can know what I'm writing now, but will I know what I wrote later?
That's another good question, Shanka. I do not understand why he would have blood all over his clothes.
But they didn't even ask about the blood on his shoes. And there were blood on his shoes. And how do you get blood on your shoes if you're laying down?
Yeah.
If there are blood on the top of your shoes, usually you're standing up.
Or elevated in some way. But not in this way. Not the way that he was.
And they never questioned, and in the defense didn't even question that. When they were talking about the articles of clothes and they were pulling stuff out, they didn't ask about the blood on the shoes. I don't know why.
Oh yeah, they didn't. Now that I think about it,
they did not.
Because I didn't know that. Now that I think about that,
but there is blood droplets on his shoes, and blood droplets come from up. So if he had a blood cut on his eyes, bloody nose, I don't know.
I mean, I guess maybe the cut on the eye, but one would think he would have had to been upright for a little while for the blood to land on the shoes, at least. I don't know.
And I just have, we had a new guest watching with us earlier.
Oh,
And
hello.
he was, had said that there was like a lot of blood there. If, he said that he would, he was saying something about he wasn't dead when he was hit. Where's all the blood? He should have still been gushing a lot of blood out of the back wound of his head. If he didn't die instantaneously, he was still alive. So there should have been more blood pumping out. Where was this?
But also it was pretty cold with the wind chill and stuff. So would that have made the blood slow down? Or
maybe slow down, but you'd still have blood come out, I think. I mean, your blood's not going to freeze. Your body's still 88 degrees.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, and the back of his head was actually exposed, right? He was face down in the ground, right? When they found him, I think.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember. I feel like everything I've heard or seen has always been him laying on his back. So I don't know. I mean, if he was laying forward, how did he hit his head?
Swash.
Like if he's laying face down, how did he hit his head?
Off during the time of them daring. And that's very interesting.
His t-shirt does have blood stains on it. If on the front.
Yes, it does. They go through all the different scenarios and how the Commonwealth can twist it. I agree. Okay, he was facing.
That's what I thought too. He was always lying face up in every diagram I've ever seen. Okay. Because that would even make less sense if he had a gash on his head.
Well, I think I'm just remembering Karen saying that like they had to like roll him over. So maybe I was just assuming or not understanding what they were.
Well, it was Jen McCabe saying that she was yelling. Jen McCabe said, "Don't roll him over." Like they were fussing at her because she was trying to roll him over because she thought he was choking on his blood or on something whenever she was giving him CPR, and they had fussed at him. So there was a time where she said we were rolling him over. But I think it was because she was trying. She was panicking, thinking he was choking.
Right. Good grief.
Like I said,
confused the jury is too. Yes. Exactly. I'm very confused.
And they don't get to talk to anybody, so they're having to have this conversation in their head, and they're going to remember it their own way. Because imagine if we just had to sit there and not talk to each other about it and then come back and talk about it and then try to like, oh no, I heard this. Oh no, I heard this, like, no, that's not what he said. Like, oh, did they? Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, they did.
Which way do you remember it?
That's right. That's right. Interesting.
I mean, I wish they'd asked more questions. Leslie should have asked more questions. I think. I know they had to be careful because
to Dr. Wolf?
The
neurosurgeon. Neurosurgeon. Okay.
But I don't know. Getting into the weeds with a professional sometimes can get you in a corner.
Yeah. I think that's probably what. Yeah. That's true. I would be hysterical. I would be screaming and yelling and all sorts of jazz, probably.
Oh, I would be a mess.
Yeah. I don't think it's weird. I don't think her reaction to it was weird at all. It makes more sense than everybody else's. Makes way more sense.
My kid fell off a couch and busted his head open. I mean, it was in his mouth open. Panic, instant panic. Don't know what to do. I had to call somebody else to tell them, for them to tell me, take him to the ER. I'm like, oh yes, take him to the ER.
Yeah.
It's like brain stops. And I'm not new at this.
Mm-hmm.
Been here a few
And
times.
it does. It does do that. I mean, gosh, I couldn't even figure out how to roll down windows in a car on Saturday because I was already so anxious from being at the BMV. I didn't even think about calling Whoopi or his dad to ask him to roll the windows down. I would just like accepted it as my life and that there was no other way around this. And this is just what's happening. Because sometimes your brain just doesn't, you know,
Mhm.
the most
I'm just
basic
like,
normal responses. you
what do
just
I
don't have.
do? And I'm like, I don't know why he's bleeding. I'm like, take him to the emergency room. I'm like, yeah, I'll do that.
That is so true. Nikki says, I hated Jen McCabe and Carrie being so snotty about Karen's reaction. Me too, girl. One thing I have learned is never to judge anyone's trauma experience or response. I completely agree. And now some are, you're just like, come on, that is sus AF. Okay. But for the most part, you as one person can respond to trauma in several different ways. You're not going to respond the same way in any traumatic event. Right. So I thought they were being kind of, I think everybody has been kind of rude about Karen's reaction. It doesn't seem like that's why the second degree murder is out the window for me. Not even close.
Mhm.
No way. No way. Because I really feel like she was very much reacting that something really bad has happened, you know? So,
And clearly she didn't. And let's give for a second. Stop for a second. Let's say that she actually did say, I hit him. Why would she hit him deliberately and then announce it to everybody that she hit him? Like,
right.
that doesn't even make sense. Like, I hit him. Like, okay. So let's say we believe that she did confess. It definitely wasn't deliberate because, like,
Right.
why would you just yell it out to everybody and anybody? Apparently, everybody walking around.
Mm-hmm.
If it was
I
on
agree.
purpose, you would be like, "No, I didn't. It wasn't me."
And that everyone's like, well, she said it, so she must mean it. During a very traumatic experience, like,
Oh,
what?
no. See, I would my default
And
is
drinking?
is to automatically assume maybe I did something wrong.
Mm.
Like, what did I do? Like, did I do something? And I don't know if that's just from a childhood traumatic experience where I just automatically default, what did I do? But I will automatically, like, did I accidentally do that? Could I have done that? No, I didn't do that. But I will instantly go to, was I the cause? So, I mean, she could have been the same way.
Ooh, look what Angie has to say. Shannon Burgess info updated on Aperture. All but his associate's degree removed from education. Both links for LinkedIn and personal CVs also removed. Also, hacking CVs removed. Hank asked him about that yesterday. Interesting. And Aperture doing damage control. Good luck. Good luck.
I hope they updated Mr. Mans before he testified. The new guy.
Oh boy.
What's his name again? Rentschler?
Dr. Welcher.
Well, I'm getting him mixed up because Arca's guy is Rentschler, and then you have Welcher.
Yeah, this Aperture, his name is Judson Welcher.
Okay, so you have Welcher versus Rentschler, because Defense's Arca person is Rentschler. So you have Welcher versus Rentschler.
Oh, yeah, Andrew Rentschler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So their names sound very close together. Rentschler, Welcher. Then you have a billion wolves.
Hungry like a wolf. Yeah, because Daniel Wolf is the other he's Dr. Wolf too, I think, right? Except he's Wolf with an E, where neurosurgeon was not with an E.
He was just Wolf with no E.
Yeah, I liked that guy. I like that guy a lot.
And then we have Mr. Wolf, the tech guy.
Yes.
So there's three wolves, a Rentschler and a Welcher.
Well, you mean like the guy sitting in court, the tech guy that's sitting there in court? I have no idea what his last name is.
It's Wolf.
Because
So
it
we have
sounds so
Mr. Wolf.
different. It'll sound like woke, wolf, woke, gold. I don't know what they're saying with their accent of what his actual last name is. I also want to know who the guy is that sits next to the podium. That young guy kind of looks like he's a vampire. Who is he and why is he there? He sits in the same spot every day. He has to be probably in his early to mid 20s, I bet.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever noticed him.
He sits right beside the podium every day. Every day he's been there, his head is always in the frame, sitting right there next to.
Not been paying attention. I am so serious. I have no idea who you're talking about.
He's there every day, and I don't know who he is or why. He's there, and I'm just curious.
He's a vampire.
You'll see when they bring somebody to the stand. He's sitting right there. You can't miss him. And you'll be like, oh, okay. Yeah, he does look like he might be some like royal vampire or something.
Oh.
But okay. Let me scroll back up and see what you guys are saying over here. Bet they hired a PR person. Oh, bet whoever's HR also got fired. Sam says she's been calm in emergencies and also frantic in others. I can't say how I would be in any situation. Yeah, me too. Me too. I've done all of the above. All of the above. Wolf, like the real one, an animal. After my animal comment yesterday, I forget what I even said about it, but they're not animals or something.
Because I asked you if you would ever see, it was like certain animals. You're like, but never as animals.
Oh yeah, the pins up. The horses and ducks and.
Oh wait, what? Like
the elbow
then
piece
how are
off.
you seeing them? How does that work?
Oh,
What colors
the
is that in your
joys of being
world?
live. The joys of being live, where people can see how my brain actually works sometimes. Lady in Gray says, I expect Dr. Welcher to get some questions about aperture hiring procedures since he is BP. He may not directly hire, but he knows the procedures. Oh, I do too. I'm very excited for him to come on.
Do they though? Do they? Because I guarantee you, in the company that I used to work for, if you would call the VP up, he probably could not tell you the first thing about our hiring procedures.
Nope. But it's not going to make him look good. Sam, you're so cute. You're so cute.
I've done that before.
It seems like the defense has had the most legitimate witnesses so far. Well, that's the thing, though, Simone. The defense hasn't called any witnesses. They've just been turning the prosecution's witness into good defense witnesses.
It's true. It's
They
true.
haven't
They
called a
haven't
single
called the
person
first
yet.
witness. None of these are
That's
their
bad.
witnesses. But that's what I said that I need, and it was before you popped in. I was like, okay, Lally's confusing the crap out of me, keeps referring to these as just numbers. I'm gonna need the defense to come in here and say, so the glass on the bumper doesn't match the da 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 da, so that I can like make sense of it, because he's gonna say it in regular terms that everybody can understand, because he's trying to make a point, not use all these classifications and stuff and identifiers and.
Yeah, good point. But yeah, the defense hasn't called a single witness.
Not yet. And they're probably not going to call very many.
I don't think so. I don't think so either. Because we know both the ARCA guys are coming in.
Oh, ARCA is so fun.
Who else did they have? I don't know if they're going to call
Dr.
it separate
Russell.
ME.
They had Dr. Russell.
The ER doctor they plan on calling. Or the ER doctor's on the list. Which I still want to hear from.
They're going to have Dr. Russell. The two ARCA witnesses. Sounds
Was
like
Dr.
they're.
Russell the dog person? The dog bite person? Okay.
It sounds like they're going to have Desorgo.
Oh, I gotta look at
Desorg, whatever.
Hold on. Desagra.
To come into the timeline. I don't know. I don't need to call the ME now because they already did that.
Yeah, I don't think I need them to call an ME.
Yeah, I need someone to talk to me like I'm 5. I don't want to be treated like I'm 5, but some of these things get a little technical, and I want you to talk to me like I'm 5.
Right? And they just hire on vibes. It seems to be that's the hiring practices. I mean, just think of all the jobs they could have had up by now.
I mean, that's how I used to
I
do
didn't
my
know that this
job
was how this
interviews
worked.
on vibes.
Mm.
When I
Yeah,
was
they had it
hiring.
coming through with a wrecking ball. Mm. Most do. And lawyers as well. But you have to think about it. It takes a certain kind of personality to do a lot of these jobs. Not everyone has that personality, but the large majority does require some certain things. And I can see how doctors have a bit of a God complex. I mean, they probably save some lives and stuff. I don't know. But see, that's the thing, right? Not all doctors are good doctors. That's for sure. It's just like not all lawyers are good lawyers. Not all cops are good cops. Turns out you can really do anything as long as you have a degree. It doesn't matter how good you are. Or not even having a degree. Aperture will hire you. So don't worry. The BBs know that a resume linked to their website could be better than accurate. I think it would be worse if he doesn't know and blames it on an unknown someone. Yeah, I think so.
Which is probably what he'll do.
Yeah. Angie says the ones who treated John in the ER all stated his injuries weren't from being struck by a vehicle. Wonder if defense will call them. So were they testifying the first trial?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so. But
Okay.
I mean, there was a nurse that kind of outed herself and violated a HIPAA.
Oh, okay. So this was not testimony in court, but people have spoken out, sort of thing.
Yeah, somebody who just like kind of stopped at I think it was like a rally or a protest or outside the buffer zone and said, "I'm the nurse that treated John O'Keefe, and this was a fight, not a." Yeah, that it wasn't on stand. It was more of a. I'm just saying the things I'm not supposed to say out loud.
I mean, listen, after Dr. Wolf testified this morning, that does seem like he fell on his, like the black eyes now. I'm like, oh, okay. I can see.
Well, yeah, he fell on his
happening.
head.
You know what I mean?
Well, no. I mean, black eyes happen from head injuries. I never questioned
I did not know that. I did not know that
really?
until today. No, I did not.
Oh yeah.
I've never had dealt with that or
But
anything.
I don't
like
think
that.
I don't think that was ever in debate. The egg, it's the goose egg.
Okay.
The swollen eyelid that the defense is trying to point out, that is not from a head injury. That's from a face injury.
Okay.
That's what he was trying to point out. Like, yeah, raccoon eyes, that happens from the brain bouncing back and forth. And that happened to my sister once. She tried to jump a ditch. I know it sounds like a really ridiculous story. She tried to jump a ditch. She did not quite make it. She hit her head on a cement thing on the other side and had that back and forth. And she had the black eyes. She didn't hit her, like she didn't get punched, but the way she hit, it caused that bounce and she got a little bruising on her eyes. Black. So it can happen, but if he got hit here, that swollen thing, it doesn't make sense.
Okay.
That's not from hitting the back of your head.
Okay, so let's say hypothetically she hits him with her car. Hypothetically, right? In order to get that cup and goose egg, that would have had to come in contact with the car.
I think that's what.
But then you have all the arm stuff happening as well. I just don't know how much of its body it could actually.
Well, if you're paying it, if you go by Triple Paul's report, it was a side swipe.
I guess.
And a pirouette.
But
And
then
then he
they run into the
flew.
problems with the timeline, and then he flew. Right, because it's the timeline that the problem is that they were sticking with this timeline where there shows activity on John's phone well after this event, which is not a collision. See, that's one of my big major points is how did this car not register that it hit something when we've seen it for a fact hit something on camera?
Well, isn't that the point of the black boxes in your car?
That's what I'm saying.
Is
Yeah.
that when accidents happen, it registers those things, not necessarily as an event, but it should say that a collision occurred somewhere.
I would think. And I think we would have heard it from the witnesses we've heard. I don't think Dr. Welcher, hopefully, I mean, it's brought up or talked about. Maybe they're just not bringing it up till Dr. Welcher. I don't know. But I feel like there should have been some other trigger event. How is backing into something not a trigger event? Like having contact with something, I mean. Because that's very different than just backing up when you don't hit anything, right? But if you come into contact, how does that not set off a trigger? I don't understand.
Yeah. And it should have, like you said, backing into John O'Keefe's car should have been another trigger. Like, should have been, if she hit it hard enough, it would have should have registered as a
yes, Nikki, they do bring in nurses and doctors to testify. Usually they just bring like one, like the treating doctor, but sometimes they bring multiple staff in, depending on what's happened to the victim. But yeah, it's totally normal to have those people. It's expected, really, to at least have one of them come and testify. Of course, it's only if the person arrived to the hospital, right? And so, like, if it's a dead body that doesn't go to the hospital, then you just have the ME forensic pathologist people. But yeah, it wouldn't be abnormal for them if they went to the hospital. Let's see. I wish this was not the first trial I ever watched. Well, me too, because we watch another one together. That, you know what? I still think that'll be fun for you too, because the next trial we all watch together, I don't know what it'll be yet, but you'll be like, oh my gosh, this is so much different. This is how it's supposed to go. Yeah. Yeah. it'll blow your mind.
I mean, you get used to watching so many trials that you kind of know what to expect, like how everything is presented, how it goes. When you see like this circus, you're like, this is not it. Like, what are we doing?
Right? Not even high school mock trials work this way, okay? Like, at all, because I did one in school. The impact of anything of significance will probably register according to what was impacted. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand why we don't have that, especially the one they're saying happened with John. She's supposed to be going faster and it didn't register that. I might make just backing into John's car slide because maybe she wasn't going enough to register, right? Like airbags. But I don't know. We'll see. Daryl Brooks was crazy too, though. Yeah, but that's just because he was representing. No, he was crazy. The trial was normal.
Yeah, I was about to say no. It was all Daryl Brooks that was crazy.
Yeah.
It wasn't the judge being all weird with, like, she was giving him a lot of latitude. Also, everything with a pro se defendant is a little bit different. Because they don't know courtroom procedure. They've watched Law and Order and thought that they could do it.
Yeah. They're usually not great
Ask
at
Lori
it.
how that went for her.
But Daryl Brooks is a fantastic trial to go watch. You really do learn a lot of things in watching that trial. I know I learned a lot of things because Judge Darrow Daryl Brooks was representing himself. He has these soft sit crazy ideas. Now, if you're not familiar with soft sits, go down that rabbit hole. They are something. But because he didn't know how to do anything at all, she had to explain a lot to him, like
Which
a child.
she didn't have to.
She didn't have to. But I learned a lot about things because of her
And now you
You
can
know.
represent yourself in court.
instruction.
Thank you, Judge Darrow.
I don't know about that. She was a fantastic judge, though. Oh my goodness. But that
You
one
went to the
is fine.
Darrell Brooks School of Law.
Oh my gosh. Simone says I don't see Karen doing a 3-point turn. She was waiting on John to leave the house. She waited until she couldn't wait anymore. The Alberts had the responsibility in this. So I will say with the 3-point turn,
That
okay,
was
they did make
before
it a
they
little
got to the
confusing.
house.
Yes. So, if you guys remember when they showed all the like dots on the map, right? They like go around this curve, dot, 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 and then they go dot, 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 dot. All right. So the 3-point turn, from my understanding, is when they're going around, they miss the street because that 3-point turn was on Crestview, not Fairview. So she realized they passed the street and then went back down. But I'll say I was under the impression all day for the last 2 days that 3-point turn happened at the Alberts house. So they weren't even clear about making that clear whatsoever. Oh, what a mess. What a mess.
They didn't make it very clear because I was thinking the same thing. I was like, wait, wouldn't have Nagel seen it? He was like right there.
Yeah, all day yesterday. We were just like, there's no way that this happened. Oh, it's because it didn't happen at 34 Fairview. It happened on Crestview. So that was cute. But that's what happens when Burgess apparently testifies. He doesn't clear anything up. He just makes things even more convoluted and confusing.
Well, there were so many errors.
So many errors.
So many errors and misinterpretations and
Mhm.
misunderstandings.
But
I still can't
don't
get
know.
past the day being wrong on the timeline.
Okay, but even the 3-point turn is confusing because Nagel said they crossed paths. They were stopped at a stop sign. Nagel, who was in the truck, they were stopped at a stop sign when John and Karen go past them, right? Because they had the right of way. So they go, they follow them to the house. But if they miss their turn, did Nagel arrive before they did?
I don't know because I thought maybe the 3-point turn happened before, like it was a turnaround, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like he passed up and they turned back around. Maybe that's where they met back up at the stop sign before one turn. So
Maybe.
he wouldn't
I
have
don't
seen
know.
it if they'd have done the 3-point turn before going to the stop. I don't know. All these. I
All these
mean,
different
Karen
conflicting
did
stories.
say they'd made a 3-point turn. She did say that in her interview video.
Mm.
So she did verify that one
yesterday.
was made. Yeah.
Yeah. But
So one was made.
I don't know. See, this is what happens though when you're not telling a very clear and concise story like the state should do, but they're not.
True.
And then look what happens. Nobody knows what's going on.
I don't know what's going on.
And what does that do? That creates lots of reasonable doubt. Their whole job is to not have any of that. But here we are with all the doubt. Not knowing what's going on ever. I am so excited for ARCA. Can't wait.
I am too. I'm interested to see what, because listening to the first trial, they were fascinating. I am so interested to know the additional, because they did additional testing based on what Aperture did. So I want to hear what more they added to it.
Okay.
Because, I mean, they can only testify to so much because of the ongoing federal investigation.
Oh, is that not done? Okay. I know they did commission, but
well, that was one of the reasons that they got in trouble. That's one of the big hullabub about that voir dire that they had to do with them, was because Jackson reached out to try to get them, and then Wolf was like, I have to get permission to make sure that I can even testify and do this because of blah, blah, blah. And then that's when What's His Face got all butthurt because he said that they were talking to each other even though they it was, yeah.
Why are we all friends?
He's all like, yeah, because they apparently exchanged friendship bracelets and asked about each other's families and stuff like that. So they were in cahoots and they were being ambushed.
I agree with you, Simone. Well, that too. And I'll tell you what, that voir dire of Arca, after having Burgess on the stand, pisses me off more than anything. Like, these guys, you're going to do all this BS with, but you're just going to let Burgess just come and testify? No voir dire there? It's crazy to me. It's so crazy to me. And I hope it comes out somewhere how much the prosecution paid for Aperture. And I hope people are pissed because
they said they bought a whole damn Lexus to test stuff out on.
Right?
Bought a whole car.
If a police officer is fired for their investigation of a case, are they allowed to tell the jury that? Usually not. Usually there's a ruling made about it.
Well,
right? So like they can't say,
was.
right. But that's why they say former and they don't say that he was fired, right?
No, they can bring it up.
Oh, they can bring it up. They just haven't.
So they did it right in their opening statement.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah.
It's been so long ago.
Yeah. Jackson brought it up right in the opening statement that he was the cancer on this case, the malignancy.
See, that's why I have Buffy around.
Who is
she watches
fired.
everything like 3 times. She does. She does.
It's a sickness. I am.
They might try and say that there was time travelers, probably. Why not? Let's just throw it out there. Yeah. I mean, sometimes they can not say stuff, but I guess they can in this one, so that's good. That's surprising. That Bev allowed that.
Allowed what? I'm sorry. I zoned out.
Them to mention that Proctor's been fired. Because they can't bring up the federal investigation, though, right?
Yeah, but he wasn't fired because of the federal investigation.
But they're not allowed to. They got to call it a different thing.
They didn't even they asked ARCA. They were hired by a third party agency. And that's what the last jurors thought. They were like an insurance company.
Okay.
Hired them and automatically got suspicious. So it's like, oh.
Dude, if I was on this jury, I'd be like, why is the prosecution being so suspicious? Like, I know the job of a defense attorney is like, sleight of hand, right? Don't look here, look here. But that's what prosecution is doing this whole time. I'd be like, why are they trying to dupe me constantly? Especially if they're Burgess.
I swear, I really want to talk. I can't talk. Well, we can't talk to the jury, but I really want to know what's in their heads. I just want to know what they're thinking.
Right? I'm going to be like, did you see what we saw? What do you think? And hopefully to tell them, like, this is not normal.
I just want to go, this is not normal. This is
right?
It's not the way it works. Especially if these people don't know anything about trials. Like they've never seen a trial.
No, because put it this way, this trial is so bad, they wouldn't even write this for TV. Because they'd be like, this is unbelievable.
Nobody's going to buy this crap.
I
think that's one of the things that I was talking about that trial. I said was like it's so crazy that if they wrote a script, somebody would say, no, it's completely unbelievable. Nobody will buy this. That would never happen. It does.
Well, they say truth is stranger than fiction. I think when it comes to like true crime and stuff like that, truth really is stranger than fiction
yeah,
more often
that's
than
why we
not.
like reality TV so much, isn't it?
I do love it. What was I watching last night? Oh, I was watching Conan Must Go on HBO last night because I love travel shows and I also love Conan O'Brien. And it was very funny. And then we were watching The Rehearsal, which is also on HBO with Nathan Fielder, which is probably not everyone's.
You
cup of
watch
tea.
stuff
Yeah.
that don't have anything to do with the trial.
Yes.
Like you're not watching trial stuff 24/7.
No, I'm not. No.
I question your
Not at all.
commitment. I'm going to sleep with like trial testimony or somebody talking about it in my ear at night.
No. I spend my evenings after I'm done with Diddy. I'm like, I gotta decompress with something else.
It's Karen Reed
no.
24/7, or at least when I'm awake.
But see, I don't need to because you all tell me everything. So I get all the news that's out there. You all just bring it back, and I'm like, oh, thank you, everybody. Why is my hair?
I would hop from one YouTuber talking about it to another YouTuber talking about it. Like, what did they say? What did they say? What did they say? Oh, they're having a conversation over here. Got to see what everybody's saying.
I mean, it was really weird the other night when Elwafy missed when Burgess was first on the stand, being crossed by Alessi. So he missed most of that. And then he comes home and he's like listening to it without his headphones. Oh, because he tried doing that in the shower when I was live. I'm like, sir, we can all hear me. Okay. Because you're listening to me in the bathroom. And so then he paused it. He took a shower. And then, because he always has his headphones on, always. He has like an earbud in or his headphones on, but not that day. No headphones. I hope you're listening, Elwafy, so I want to tell everybody. And so then we're laying in bed, and there he is just watching us on full blast, no headphones, right next to me. And it was so weird.
Oh, it is weird.
It's so weird. And then, of course, he was giving me his commentary at the same time. And I'm like, bro, you are like 6 hours late. Okay. I'm done having this conversation. I already had these earlier.
Oh, no. As soon as we get done having a conversation and my husband comes home, I'm like, did you see that cross? And then we have an argument in the kitchen. And then he's like, who's on? And I'm looking through YouTube channel to see who's on. This is what I do. We both hyperfixate. And then when it's over, I'm so bored.
All right. What you do? Because chat's being over here. Ever heard of the Higgins dialect? If not, look at the meaning. It's intriguing. I don't know what that means. And I love learning about new weird things. If there's one thing that Llama's known for, it's weird facts that you wish you probably didn't know, but I'm going to tell you about them anyway. Kind of known for that. And they're like, oh, Llama, read it again. Oh yeah, what am I looking up?
And Nikki's watching The Handmaid's Tale. I have the last 2 episodes to watch. And I'm waiting for both of them to come out so I can watch them back to back because I cannot be on a cliffhanger for a week before the last episode.
And more comprehensive understanding. Oh, okay. It's a philosophy. I do enjoy philosophy. Process of thought and understanding that involves a thesis, an initial idea, an antithesis, its opposite, and a synthesis, a new idea that combines resolves the contradictions of the thesis and antithesis. Interesting. Is it antithesis or is it antithesis? I think it's antithesis, which is weird. Could be reading that wrong. I'm going to keep that tab open. And I'm going to look into that later, Simone. Thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate that. Anyway, yeah, I spend way too much time on Reddit as well. That's my second most used app on my phone that they like to tell me about every Sunday. And they're like, girl, actually last week I spent more hours on Reddit last week. That's the thing. I don't spend that much time on Reddit, but
mine is YouTube and TikTok.
That's true. Too much propaganda. Oh, I only follow certain things on Reddit. I have my fun subreddits where I get all my cool memes from, and then all my shows because I am a huge TV nerd. You know what I just realized is I feel like my chair is lower than it was this morning. By the way, did I sink throughout the day?
I think you lose like an inch or two throughout the day anyway.
In a chair or like my body?
Your body.
An inch or two a day? That doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah, because
I'd be a little
gravity on the spine. No, every day. Like you start out at your normal height and then gravity weighs on your spine and you actually shrink a little bit by the end of the day.
And that's true. That's a good point. Speaking of growing, so let me go back to the show, The Rehearsal, which is with Nathan Fielder. It's not for everybody. Everybody may not get that humor, and I get it. That's fine. But there's this one episode, I think it's episode 3 of the new season, and it is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. I don't know how to describe it.
What show?
The Rehearsal.
Okay.
It's done by comedian Nathan Fielder, who I don't know how to describe his sense of humor. It's very dry and weird, and it's not for everybody. But he does these like rehearsals where in order to figure out how to do something, he hires a bunch of actors and basically just has them rehearse scenarios all the time. Really weird shit. Okay. And in this episode, he's talking about the pilot Sully that landed the plane in the Hudson, several years ago. And he like reads his autobiography and he decides that in order, because he's trying to figure out how to make pilots and co-pilots talk to one another based on like accident data. Anyway, it's ridiculous. And so he decides that he needs to be more like Sully and he's going to relive his life. And he does. And so they turn him into a baby. Like they shave him down, put like a thing on, and they build this room where everything is big. I don't even know how to say the rest of it. It's so weird.
It sounds weird.
It's weird. You wouldn't like it. I know you wouldn't like it. I'm just going to stop explaining it. You guys are all like,
I do like weird things, but also not a fan of comedy. I know, hard to believe, right? No.
Not a fan of comedy. What does that even mean? Okay.
Comedy drama. I like more. More of a thriller person.
Yeah, that's true. I am not.
Thriller horror.
No, thank you.
I don't really want to have fun when I'm watching shows. I want to be like.
I don't want to be entertained.
No, I want to be entertained. But I want to be like scared and in a constant state of stress.
There's
this why I watch Trial.
Oh my gosh, there's this one movie. My mom had it. She's still listening. So anyway, it's about this group of girls and a guy maybe who decide they want to climb up this giant antenna. And I forget what it's called.
I watched
that movie. You know what I'm talking about? I was so intense the whole time we were watching it.
It was the movie and it was 2 girls.
2 girls. I think there was a guy though, but he like checks out at a certain point. Maybe it's 2 girls. I don't know. Because the whole movie, I'm just sitting there. My hands are so sweaty. I'm just like
beginning. The guy died, and that sets the stage for her trauma afterwards. And then they go on the antenna. But what there was a very big what is that thing? Like a surprise twist.
Yes,
at the end. And I was like, I did not see that coming. I should have, but I didn't. It was very good. Those are the types of movies that I like to watch.
I was like,
anything
not again.
That keeps my flight, my cortisol pumping.
It's awful. It's awful.
Could be why I'm losing my hair so much.
Fall. I don't know. It's literally just them on an antenna the entire movie. But it is one of the most intense physical reactions I've ever had to watching.
It was good.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with the courtroom, not the theatrical avenues. Well, but sometimes we get them, right? We did like Alessi's Matlock moments he's had. I don't do scary either. I
Well,
figured,
none of you can hang
Kevin,
out
I
with me.
figured you like Nathan Fielder as well. I figured that. we're like that, but he's not for everybody, so it's okay. True crime is scary enough, but you know what's weird is I would rather fall asleep watching true crime than a horror movie.
But
Weirdly
you
enough,
see, true crime is like true stuff. Like
Mm.
I'm really not worried about the doll killing me in the middle of the night because that's probably not going to happen. So it doesn't scare me as much. But the true crime stuff, that stuff really does happen.
Mhm. Yeah, that's
More
true.
scary.
Well, like I don't have a problem with like psychological thriller. It's the stuff where like they're ghosts or they're possessed or like for example, like Rob Zombie's thrillers. Love those.
Yeah.
Love Rob Zombie. I can do stuff like that. But Chucky, Freddy Krueger, talking
Slasher?
dolls. No, thank you.
So not a
Slasher, I'm
slasher.
not even huge on slasher, but I mean, they're not as bad. Like I
But
remember,
isn't that like Freddy Krueger a slasher movie?
I guess, but I would consider it different than Scream, right? Because there's not like this different force. It's just people being killers, sort of thing. You know what I mean? Because
True.
what was it? Scream 2 or 3, where they're in the movie theater.
Okay,
You're gonna
Scream
see me
3
go to the
is
bathroom in a movie theater. Holy crap! I still think about it, and I'm almost
Scream
40
is
years
my
old.
all-time favorite movie franchise, just so you
Ooh.
know.
Yeah,
I'm a huge fan.
still mess me up. I do not like going to the bathroom. I will not get up and go to the bathroom in the middle of the movie. I will wait until after so I can go to the bathroom with other people because of that Scream movie that came out when I was 13, 14 years old.
That's adorable.
Still, to this day.
That's so funny. I also
Yeah.
love Saw. Saw is one of my favorite movies. Like
I think I only
Saw
watched the
and
first one. And I was like, a little too much.
they
I don't need
just
all that
get
gore.
progressively worse, but they're so good. They're bad. They're bad. They're like some of those really bad movies that are good.
I guess. I guess.
I'm there for the
look at
lore.
that. Look at that. Miss Bev said we're going to have short recesses and a short lunch. And guess what, Bev? It's
You
10
already
after
went
2.
over an hour. She's tired of talking to me.
No, I'm never tired of talking to you. But I feel so much shorter now. I got to adjust my camera. Because my chair has definitely lowered since this morning. I adjust that a lot. That's how low
Maybe
it
it just
sounds.
kind of shifted back. Like it's getting tired.
Maybe.
Like we all are.
I don't know. I just feel like it was a lot taller this morning. I don't know. I'll look if he messes with the chair. Who knows?
Kelly's like, I have learned so much about my friends today. Okay, I don't do clowns. I draw the line at clowns. Buffy doesn't do clowns.
That's true. I don't either. I hate them. Oh, but we got the ceiling back, y'all. Ceiling fan's back.
You
It's
must
not
have
spinning.
a direct line to the court,
Oh,
don't you?
panning. Yes.
Hey, this court's back in session. Please be seated.
I expect a formal apology, Bev. Oh, yay.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Malley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
showing you 3 documents. If you could review those with Dr. Finch, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually or you in a set?
Individually, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
We should have a
And again,
pool.
Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
The top,
Uh-oh, sorry, it's Tom was on our phone.
the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley,
It was
when you're
me, Lady in Gray. It's
comparing
me.
these two, as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
I'm trying to fix my
So
chair.
when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1 and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Fix my chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
Oh, I thought we were done.
Ms. Hanley, I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, we got Jackson. Okay, buddy. Haven't seen you for a few days.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
It's Kelly's man.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago.
Itchies.
First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18. I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different
where's Buffy? That's the guy right there.
Categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Right? No afternoon naps, guys.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Oh. Oh, there's Kelly. Kelly's alert. That's true.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything suggesting that, right?
I think I just made note, I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories. Okay. Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3.
Right.
Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, 7-14. Can we talk about them in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered by.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our third category. Was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Well, what it said on the evidence envelope, that's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And my memory serves, I, K, L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 7-14, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Oh, or J. Okay.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. It should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing.
Oh, train time.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Would you?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. The second photo, do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
I honestly don't even notice. I was here for like 12 years.
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
One under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that that label. Sorry.
Oh, sure. Can we bring these over?
Sure.
Ugh. Sidebar. I also wish we got to see the photos that she was looking at. It would be very helpful to me right now. Because I don't know what he's getting at here. I do think she is very scared and nervous. I feel like she's not understanding. Like, she probably has no idea what's going on.
She's scared to answer incorrectly.
You know?
She's like, am I in trouble?
I think that's
what did I do?
Yeah. Yeah. On X, most jurors are looking at Jackson as he continues the organizational questioning. Hanley is caution in her answers. Yes. Yes. And gosh, I miss Jackson. He hasn't been on for a few days. I think since last week. Forgot how fun he makes things.
I'm actually surprised Alessi isn't doing this, but this must be important enough for Jackson to take care of. But also Alessi might be a little aggressive.
True, but I do think they're listening to us, Buff, because you were like, maybe if they just told us which pieces they're talking about and where they came from, it would make more sense. And then,
well,
what does Jackson do? I'm just kidding. They don't listen to us. I'm pretty sure.
Maybe somebody is. Maybe I know they have people that go around to live streams and listen.
That is true.
Somebody is paying attention to social media, but I mean, I'm not saying we're like one of those, but they do. Somebody is saying, can you just tell us where these pieces come from? Because 7-12, 3-3, 3-2, I don't know what we're talking about.
Right. I'm just going to tell everybody it was us. I'm going to prove us wrong.
Yeah. Prove it wasn't. It wasn't not us.
Exactly. BFFs with them.
It wasn't not us. Like,
I feel you there too, girl.
By the way, I know Mr. Buffy is listening in the living room.
Oh, Mr. Buffy is listening?
Oh, yeah. I can hear us.
That's always fun. I can't hear Mr. Buffy, so that's good. A scientist might answer, it's a photo that I didn't take of an item that looks like the item you have named it the cup. That's true. That's true.
The cup? I don't know what the cup is. Is that 3-3? 3-2? Oh, see, he just popped up in the chat.
Oh, hello, Mr. Buffy. Hello. Hi. Oh boy, we're gonna be on this lady all day, and we only have a half day tomorrow.
It's not enough time to bring in Welcher.
I mean, the defense might be hoping so. Only have him testify for the morning, and then you get a holiday weekend to counter, question. So I bet defense is probably hoping so. At least Leslie is probably hoping so. Since that guy changed his report and everything.
Excellent point.
So maybe. We'll see. Because if that's one thing you don't want to do is
I know what he said, but we've been messing up this. I know they said they weren't bringing it. I mean, Lady and Grace said, I think Welcher is until next week, but I'm sitting here thinking they have been off on all their other times.
Oh yeah, he did say maybe after the holiday weekend. But I thought that was going to be Burgess and Welcher. So maybe Welcher doesn't come until next week, but they're kind of running out of people. I guess they could. Well, they're not running out of people. There's just a lot of people that don't want to call.
Right. That's what I'm thinking. Like, who else is left after this? Who else is left?
A lot of people left that they don't want to call, unless they want to call Trooper Paul in. I hope so.
I don't think they're calling Trooper Paul.
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even
Look
though
at
we
that.
take your
Give
time
those
that
numbers
way,
names.
this should
Yes.
make things move a little easier.
And I'm not even looking at him on X, but we're all thinking the same thing.
Mhm.
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in
Triple
is, do you
H.
see a name?
Hunter
name
Hearst
in the
Helmsley.
middle of that evidence bag.
Totally.
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have,
I
yeah.
realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the front.
Yes, yeah.
He didn't ask you that.
Take a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
Disgraced former trooper Michael Proctor.
Actually a little hard to read.
Oh, it's definitely him then.
It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Ah,
And that
he
is
reads like a third grader.
associated
Yes.
with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes,
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
that is correct.
7-12 is the Buchanan glass, correct? You just looked at it,
Yes,
okay? 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
correct.
So when I make reference to those items by
You're not
those
helping.
names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the board permission. Okay. Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that.
God, I hope they call Proctor. I hope they call him so bad.
Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Saw it last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
If there are any others, Mr. Jackson.
Lally.
All the
Your Honor, can
Bring
we
a channel
approach on
down.
this?
Bro,
You're gonna
they have to know what's being brought in.
You're gonna confuse the expert or the person, and she's not gonna know what to say.
Right? I'm not happy that Jackson is naming the things and I did it, and now it's going to make me look bad in front of the jury. Let's see. This is turning into a science experiment with a lot of hypotheses here. Do the math and follow the money. Well, I would like to say do the math, but the math is complicated. There's all sorts of math going on in here that doesn't even still make sense to me, but
Well,
definitely follow the money.
He's trying to draw lines from the evidence to who brought them, and he's trying to help make those lines
yeah.
very clear for everybody listening.
With Jackson? Yeah.
And She's like, but I don't know how to do that. I only know sciencey ways of doing things.
I only speak in numbers. Let's see. Suo says, well, Lady Gray says, Suo says, the number person and the visual person get an intervention from the judge who asks Jackson to use both numbers and his categories, two of which are collected by Proctor category and Buchanan category. Oh, yeah. He's trying definitely to be like, hey, you remember those guys we talked about earlier? Who are suspicious? That's who collected this evidence. Suspicions. Dun-dun.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, yeah, we all know that because this is the stuff that was left out. Well, the clothes are anyway. I don't think we're talking about clothes yet, though. We're talking about the cups. And I guess we're just reminding the jury who found them.
I have problems with the pieces of plastic, the tiny little pieces on the shirt and stuff. I have a problem with that. I still don't understand it.
Well, they could have been sprinkled on there while the clothes were laid out, drying.
Oh, I mean in a non-planted sort of way, like trying to think of like, okay, if this is their theory, like how would that that's I'm not connecting.
Well, I don't understand how
the
there's
prosecution wants me to.
Stuff if there's found in the shirt, how is not found in the wounds?
That's what I'm thinking. Exactly. And why weren't there bigger pieces that would have gotten lodged in between the hole in the skins,
Right.
you know? Because there was, oh my gosh, how many little triangle pieces? Like 12, maybe?
Like, yeah, I don't know how you don't have that type of debris if there's that many little pieces that should have been found in the wounds.
Exactly. That's what I would think.
And you would think, yeah. And Lady in Gray, there's no blood.
So I think
on
I gave
any of
somebody
these
the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
or DNA.
Yes. Thank you.
She looks tired.
All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
Oh no, Karen winked. It's going to be all over social media later.
It is.
Oh no. Oh no.
It was a signal to the
Christina, if I
jury.
could ask you very briefly. I want to go through this.
She's not taking it seriously.
For a moment.
She smiled.
Do you recognize something on the left? Looking at the first category. Do you see 3-2?
Yes,
How is that described?
it's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with,
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
it's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes,
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
yes,
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chart?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized. Yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Love for Mr.
Yes, those are
Jackson,
the
chat.
correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
Does it bother anybody else?
had a
listening?
physical match
To
to
the whole alphabet?
3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is an echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? If you need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205? Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Okay, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It has been done, and I was going to explain it sidebar.
All right, then come on over.
Oh my gosh. Why?
Y'all could have done this over lunch. No, I'm just kidding.
I agree. All right. By the way, my chair is slowly sinking down.
Oh
I
no.
just felt it twice. I don't know why this is happening.
You need a new chair fund.
I do. Well, I need to set my new desk up and then I'll get a new chair. But I'm not going to be able to do that this weekend. But I want a chair like Terry's chair. Have you seen her chair?
I
It looks
want
so
her
comfy.
chair too.
I know, right? It was very comfy. Very comfy. It's like one of those butterfly office chairs. I don't know how to.
So, and it's pretty too.
It is pretty. It is pretty. We have, the standard gamer chair, and it's okay. It's okay. But I would like a more comfier one. Elbow feet if you're listening. Oh, that reminds me, Bob. Can you send me that link for the light you got?
Oh yeah, I will.
Because we were talking about that the other night, and I was like, oh, I was Buffy, and I kept forgetting. So actually, just DM it to Elbow Feet.
Like, buy her this.
You can slide into my man's DMs, I guess.
205.
Thank you.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to do something about my lighting
Request permission
situation.
to publish.
Yes.
So you break
Ms.
my-
Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205
Yes.
in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your
Okay.
attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the four categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? What was consistent with what?
So item 3-3, piece E was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass recovered by Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison. There was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor.
Interesting.
Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Lally?
It kind of makes the prosecution not look great because they didn't want to say what the numbers were. And then when you lays out all the numbers, it's like, ooh.
Right? Well, they
Okay.
wanted it to deliberately be confusing, I think.
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIM system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
She just
Do you
let
know that each of the
Molly
4
keep
items
going.
were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Yes.
So Jackson objects. She says to stay, and he just keeps
Asking the
Keeps
question
talking.
the exact same way. Yep, just keeps doing it.
just keeps doing it and just ignoring the whole thing. Yeah, I mean, even what you're saying, Lally, it doesn't really matter. Who took the pictures is not what matters to me. Oh boy. Oh boy, his defense attorneys are something else. Are something else. Oh boy, the questions they gotta ask in the Diddy trial are hilarious. Hilarious. I forget what the one quote is, but it's like, I'm gonna say you're gonna have to watch it. You're gonna have to watch it. You come back tomorrow and be like, oh, I know what you're talking about. So let's say we're in a checkerboard tie. That's cool.
Ms. Stanley, from your conclusions that you testified
That
about
was me,
before,
not Bev.
you found that
Yes, lady in
the
gray. Yes.
item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
I'll say this is also the first time I've ever heard the word chalk used in a trial to describe
A
this.
single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup. Correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched.
Sustained.
But the one
They
piece of
still
glass
heard
that
correct.
matched something came from the same source. It was consistently coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered on the possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor. Correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Oh my God.
Like you
You think
could,
she's going to end court early today?
yeah.
No, counsel, I think we're very ahead of schedule, so I think we can let the jury go today. Yes, in simple terms, one piece of glass on the bumper matched one piece of glass found on the roadbed fracture. The bumper glass did not match the drinking glass. Which is very interesting. That's so weird. I've never heard it referred to that before. I learned something new in this show. I'm pointing a gun at anyone in this trial. Oh my gosh. That was funny. That was funny. Well, I don't know if she helped the prosecution any. I'm going to go with no. I don't think so.
He did bring up the debris found in the shirt, though. And that nothing on that chalk said anything about that stuff. Like the defense is totally not even asking any of you about that. So
that is true. A fair point. But if you believe that the clothes are mishandled inappropriately, whatever's found in the shirt doesn't really matter, does it? So I don't know. Who are you going to bring up, guys?
Are you going to bring up anybody? Let's just start. Well, you probably don't have your guy here. That's why. I think they thought the brain guy was going to take longer.
Well, now we know why they called him out of order, which very much makes sense. That guy has brain surgery to do all day, every day. So,
well, I'm not gonna lie. Has anybody been in order since it started? What order?
Jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule, and they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule, so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media.
Except for Thursday?
As well. Have a great long weekend.
No,
See you here Tuesday.
they're not having court on Monday, right?
Court, all rise to the jury.
No, they're not having court on Monday.
I doubt it.
Our courts are open on Monday.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you for your politeness.
Well, I guess we wait to see if anybody comes. Does she leave the bench? Is she coming back? Well, we
I don't know. I still have it up and going. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe they're going to argue something.
I don't know, but I feel like today
they took the ceiling fan away, but we'll leave it up just in case.
Yeah, say they might come back. Who knows? Like, that was weird.
So if they're really ahead of schedule, and I feel like prosecution.
So no one needs to see me about anything. We get cleared.
Put on the record that what's been marked as actually for the interview evidence 205. We're in the process of printing a new one. The one that actually went into evidence is not the one that we shared.
Okay.
Instructions. We'll get that printed to you. I think before we leave. I think he's printing it now.
Right. I'd like it before we leave. So before you leave. So. All right. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Board. All rise.
You could have told us to be at court on Monday.
Right. No, Monday is the holiday. Friday is not the holiday. Memorial Day is always on a Monday. The last Monday of May, usually. So I'm going to go with her not going to be in court Monday. I think she just lumped that into the holiday and the holiday schedule.
Yeah.
And just made a
And
general.
then she meant like the rest of the week, like the next
Yeah.
week. It's going to be a full day except for Thursday. So it's really just Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday next week.
So it's not a full week.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, kiddos, what are we going to do for the next 2 days? Okay.
Jeez, Pete, way to throw us a curveball. You told us we were going to get no break. We were going to have a short lunch. Now we have an early day and no court tomorrow.
Cool. So great. Love all this. It's clearly great. Oh, did she say see you Tuesday? Okay. See, that's what I was.
She said, see you next Tuesday.
Pretty much.
I didn't say that out loud.
I see what you did here. So why didn't the prosecution rest? They're not done calling people. All right. They still have Dr. Welcher, the VP of Aperture, to do their accident reconstruction and probably one or two more witnesses. I imagine Paul, John's brother, is going to get called to the stand because they need to pull at those heartstrings before they end their case. That's something you often see as well. So, yeah. Regardless of the prosecution resting or not, I know the defense is going to be on top out the gate. Oh, my God. Can't wait. I can't wait. Oh, that his cross would go longer and it missed their schedules. That's a very fair point. Very sorry, I'm reading something else. Right, Amy. Yeah, next week, no court Monday and Thursday. So, okay. So here's what we'll do for at least tomorrow, kids. Okay, because I don't want to plan Friday and Monday right now. I don't want to do that because let me change my mind about certain times anyway. But how's this? I will be here at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow. Okay. Maybe we can watch some old testimony. I'll decide on some. I'm probably going to do a half day tomorrow because my son has an orchestra concert that I have to go to, and I got some other stuff I need to take care of. Yes. Oh, wait. No, I can probably still do the morning. I can't say why though, because I don't want people to know about it. Because I am on YouTube, so I don't want that to happen. But no matter what, I'll be here 8:30 in the morning tomorrow, and then we can talk about what we have planned for the additional days off and whatnot. How does that sound to you guys? At the very least, we will finish watching some past testimony and trial 1. So think about who you guys really want to see, and then you can let me know. I think at the very least, we'll start by finishing Higgins tomorrow. Can we all be on board with finishing Higgins tomorrow? We're never going to get through this cross of this guy.
I did try.
So who do you think won the day today, Bob? I don't know. Defense is looking good today. I don't want to say they won it because they didn't do much to earn it, but the prosecution, neither one of those witnesses helped them a lot in my book.
We had Wolf on the stand, and he was good for really either one. And this one just kind of confirmed that some of the stuff doesn't match. So I think it looks better for the defense.
Yeah, I think it's looking good for the defense. I don't know if they won the day. It just so happened to be that the evidence was more favorable for their
This wasn't exhilarating testimony today. This was one of the dry days. But when you get into the DNA and you get into all the it always becomes the hard testimony to listen to.
It's true. In every trial, it's usually very, you know who I like is the forensic anthropologist. They're the people that study bones. It's always very interesting. If it's a dismemberment case, you will always have a forensic anthropologist, by the way. Oh, Colin. Yeah, people said Colin is interesting testimony, so we could do them.
Colin, any of the Alberts. ARCA is always fun to if you're kind of interested in what ARCA is going to testify to. It gives you a little sneak peek.
But is ARCA very technical too? Because I don't know if I want to watch the same thing twice.
No.
If it's hard to sit through, you know what I mean?
No,
Is it hard to sit through?
no. It's very, very interesting.
Okay, cool.
Like it's not like I didn't find it extremely technical. They were very interesting to watch.
Okay, cool. Very cool.
Correct me if I'm wrong, chat. I know some of y'all watched it with me. I didn't find ARCA overly technical.
I will listen to Dr. Wolf with an E.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they talk about they made canon to like
people keep saying they made a canon, and I'm like, what does that even mean?
Like they were trying to test if the little dent on Karen's car was caused by the glass cup. Why is it broken? Like hitting the back. Maybe, and then they tested, well, maybe he threw it at the cup. So they put it in a cannon and launched at the cup to see how it would at this rate of speed. And like they talk about all that to see. Yeah. It was very intriguing.
It was basically like Mythbusters, but in trial.
Yes.
Did they buy their own Lexus too?
I'm not sure. That's a good question. I don't know. But it's the federal government, so they spend money on dumb things anyway. So,
RTC, we already watched Proctor's Cross on one of the days where court was. That day where it was just canceled completely. I think it was, and we didn't know because somebody was sick or whatever. I think that was the day we watched Proctor. Oh God, that guy. Oh, I hope he comes back so much.
Yeah, the ARCA witnesses are very interesting. The Emmy, she said basically the same thing that she said on the stand. There's no reason to rewatch her. Any of the people witnesses that were there that you're not going to hear from, like if you want to hear from the Alberts, you feel like you need to hear from Julie Albert and Matt McCabe and Colin and Allie and all the other people that were there. You could listen to those.
Okay. Oh, they didn't use a vehicle at all. Except they didn't need it. Okay. Interesting, but okay. Look how far my seat has sunk. I just realized now.
And in a few minutes, you're going to be like eyes. It's just going to be peering up.
Shut up. Nobody really called him Bukkake.
Yes. That's why he got the nickname.
I thought that was just a nickname that chatters come up with. No.
She called him that on the stand.
Oh, wow. That's amazing. Oh, wow. Well, you guys, thanks for hanging out with us all day. What a day. The brain surgeon guy, the neurosurgeon, I liked him.
Even though you did call him an alien.
I said he looked like an alien. You've seen people that look like that, though. All right. Some people look like animals. Some have alien-like features. I'm just saying. You just remind me of that little alien that's in the head in Men in Black. Okay. And he's a neurosurgeon. What are the odds? Think about it. All right. But yeah, okay. So we'll be here tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. We're going to rewatch some old testimonies. So make sure you're here. And we'll probably do the same Friday and Monday, but give me tonight for me and the staff to come up with plans on exactly what all we're going to do. So all you got to do, be here 8:30 a.m. Eastern, and we will be here. Later tonight, we should have a new episode of
Words are hard.
Of Couch Court with Llama After Dark. That'll be coming out later tonight. If you haven't watch the other ones, especially watch the one last night, you guys. Like, for real, some of the things that they talked about can't believe they had to say that in court, is all I got to say about it.
Imagine having to write it all down as the court reporter.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I couldn't even. I couldn't even. There were parts of it I could not say with a straight face. I think I even apologized in the end. I'm like, I'm sorry for laughing so much because this is really serious.
It's super uncomfortable, and this is how I deal with that.
Yeah.
This is my coping mechanism.
Yeah, there's a guy called the Punisher. Okay.
I heard about him.
Oh, there's so much more though. There's so much more. All right, you guys. Well, hey, thank you all for being with us today. Another fun day. Appreciate you guys so much. Until next time, go forth and be amazing. Buffy, would you like a sign off? We need to get you a sign off, girl.
I ain't got one.
Oh, we're going to come up with one tonight. All right. Bye, you guys. Oh.